Okay. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission. I am Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of Knoxville, Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll now ask Ms. Karen to call the roll.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Commissioner Uten?
Here.
Commissioner Boyer?
Here.
Commissioner Huber?
Here.
Commissioner Scelso?
Here.
Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Commissioner Browning?
Here.
Commissioner Higgins?
Here.
Commissioner Levinson?
Here.
Commissioner Biggs?
Here.
Commissioner Barber?
Here.
Commissioner Adams?
Here.
Commissioner Smith has informed us he is unable to attend. Commissioner Midas?
Here.
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
It's 13 in attendance, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to the community. Now a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I will read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address the commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I will then ask for other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Applicants and citizens who registered to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. Those who have registered to speak online at knoxplanning.org do not need to sign in at the podium. If you would like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I will then indicate when it is time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If the Planning Commission decision on that item is appealed and we need to notify you, we cannot do so without your name and address. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. If you have any items that you would like to make a part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org. Please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. I hope all of you have reviewed the agenda package from Planning's website. In addition to the agenda, there's information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action by City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to the City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or their representative must, and I say must, be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered or the case will, at a minimum, be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in the order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Chris Uten will lead us in the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chair. Bow your heads, please. Our Heavenly Father, bless this community, help to ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, please keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen.
We'll now move on to automatic postponements. Item number 10, Hamilton Park.
Motion to postpone.
I don't think we need to vote on those,
Okay.
but thank you anyway.
right.
Might need that here in just a second. So these are the next items to be voted on. And we'll go to the 30-day postponements. Item number 11, Stockton Property. Item number 29, Wilkinson Subdivision. And item 40, Final Plat of Hayden Farms, Phase 2. Chair will entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on just.
I apologize. I would like to, I represent Stockton Property applicant in that. It's on postponement for 30 days. I'd like to move that to the withdrawal list. We're going to be pulling that. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, for the record, excuse me.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. Stockton. Bear with me. Okay. Item 11. So we're going, so I guess our motion needs to be with the exception of item 11, is that right? The 30-day postponement, accepting. Okay.
Move to approve postponing item 29 and 40. 30 days.
All right, we have a motion to postpone for 30 days, items number
29 and
29 and 11,
No, 29 and 40.
29 and 40, 42. Oh, it's going to be a long meeting.
We need the record to reflect to you that Commissioner Uten has advised that he abstained from voting on item 40.
All right. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to 60-day postponements. Item number 13, Danny Heidel. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to postpone 60 days.
We have a motion to postpone 60 days by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. On to the withdrawal list. We have number 20, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. And then there is a request to add number 11. And then from the tabled list, we have a withdrawal final plat of Ford subdivision, re-subdivision of Lot 3R3 and part of 3. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to withdraw as read.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have no tablings.
Commissioner Hill, I'd like to make a motion to table a few items.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to table item 15, 16, 18, and 19, given the fact that the city is promised to submit some missing middle housing code that these seem to conflict with, and we can untable them when we get those at the same time. It's my thinking.
Let me ask you this. Would you be willing to entertain that same thought after we hear a little discussion of those items?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Not trying to twist your arm there. Okay. All right. Let's see, where did we leave off? Consent list. Okay, so we're going to untable. Okay, we have one item to remove from the tabled list, which is Beeler Road subdivision.
Motion to untable.
We have a motion to untable by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to the consent list. Any recusals? All right. Consent list, which is composed of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in the order they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. I like to say this twice. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. Item 2, approval of August 10, 2023 agenda. Item 3, approval of July 13, 2023 minutes. Item 5, Mark Edward Bass. Item 8, Steve Jenkins. Item 12, R. Bentley Marlowe. Item 14, Timothy Joseph. Item 22, Robert Edward Watson. Item 23, Max G. Morton. Item 26, Stephen Ward. Item 28, Sarah Miller. Item 30, Spring Lake Farms. Item 31, Wood Creek Reserve Phase 2. Item 33, Mariah Jackson. Item 34, Independent Healthcare Properties, LLC. Item 35, Final Plat of Peralta Ramos Property. Item 36, Final Plat of Letzinger Ridge, Unit 2. Item 37, Replat of Lantern Park. Item 38, Final Plat of Sonesta, Phase 1. Item 39, Final Plat of the Meadows at Shannon Valley, Unit 3. Item 41, Final Plat of the Grange, Unit 2. Item 42, Final Plat of Ironwood Glen. Item 43, Final Plat of Snowmass, Phase 2B. Item 44, Perry Smith Development, LLC. Item 45, Paul G. Hibben. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent list? We have a request.
We would like to revoke item 30, Spring Lake Farms.
30. All right, any other requests from the audience?
My name is Alan Rawls, here on behalf of Low Yeager and Brown, and I wanted to address item 37.
Item 37. What's that? So you want for the public?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chairman, I would like to weigh in on that request to remove that one from consent. If the reason to remove that one is procedural, staff's recommendation is to pull items 38 through 43 because all of those plats were submitted in a similar, and they were submitted and taken in a similar fashion.
Okay, so taking that in consideration, we will then remove, in addition to 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42.
I think 40 is postponed, so you would.
40 is postponed?
Yes.
3, got it. Okay. So, all right, let's keep adding to the list, and then I'll recap them. How about that? Commissioner Midas.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I'd like to remove item 12 from consent.
Okay. Any other items to be removed from consent? All right, so let me recap here. Chair will entertain a motion to approve a consent list with the exception of 12, 30, 37, 38, 39, 41, 42, and 43.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent list, accepting those that were referred to by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. We will begin with item number 6. This is a Level 2 Certificate of Appropriateness for 11 additional acres of disturbance in the Hillside Protection Overlay at 0 Central Avenue Pike. The staff recommendation is to approve the applicant's Level 2 COA request to develop within the HP Hillside Protection Overlay zoning district on the condition that disturbance within the HP overlay not exceed 5.23 acres outside the Tennessee Valley Authority utility easement on the site. All right, so the applicant is before us. Counselor?
Thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant. I also have in the audience with me could answer questions about this project, its viability with the staff's recommendation. Chris Sharp and Stefan Klar from Turner Homes and Urban Engineering in reverse order. Feel a bit like I'm a canary in the coal mine. This is the first time this issue's ever come before the board, and it's come before this body in, I think, is a novel way. And I'm also in the, the difficult position where I have to respectfully disagree with staff's interpretation, although I do appreciate them trying to think creatively for a way to grant a level 2 for 5.23 acres, but it's not for the 11 acres that we need to move forward with the concept plan that we are advancing before this body. I want to address a couple of comments made at Tuesday's agenda review, and this application is an attempt to game the system. We have an option to purchase this property, all 32 acres of this property, although a little over 14 acres is restrained by the TVA easement, which has been completely disturbed. Going back as far as 1953, the aerials is when TVA actually did the disturbance on this. So it's been disturbed for quite some time. In fact, if you kind of go through the aerials, you look at 1959, you can see there's some old logging roads on the ridgetop there. And so at least at some point, I would say probably multiple times in the past, the vegetation on this has been disturbed and removed for logging purposes as well. So this entire property has been disturbed in the past. When Mr. Sharp moved forward with his concept plan, he looked at the slope analysis, and he believed that he could do the 11 acres because it was within the disturbance allowance of the 14.17 acres, which is what I believe the disturbance allowance would have allowed under 8.6. He specifically looked at 8.9.4, which is the exception, one of the 4 exceptions, but the exception that we're talking about today in the hillside protection portion of the Knox County zoning ordinance, where it says lots that have been previously legally disturbed or developed would also be accepted, provided that any new/additional disturbance does not exceed the previously disturbed area or the maximum land disturbance permitted by table 8.6 below, whichever is greater. And Mr. Sharp's opinion was at that time that the plain language would allow him up to 14.17 acres because that was the greater amount of the two numbers, what was previously disturbed or what the slope analysis actually yielded. And so he moved forward with the concept plan and then had some conversations with planning staff where they disagreed with that interpretation, which is why he asked for a level 2, but with the proviso that we are not waiving our assertion that it is actually exempt and asking for it to be exempt. I think in essence, if you were to follow staff's interpretation on this, which is they say that the previously legally disturbed area within the HP overlay is part of the maximum land disturbance budget, not from it, that exemption 4 doesn't mean anything. It just means you follow the table, and if the table doesn't work, then you have to get a level 2 COA analysis. I have not, and I've thought about this a lot over the past 60 days I've been involved in this, I've not thought of an example where any other result could come into place if you're following staff's recommendation. But what we have before us is a bit of a hen's tooth. It's a little unique in that this exemption would only apply, in my opinion, if you're dealing with disturbance that occurred before the HP overlay was ever in place, or you're dealing with disturbance of a exempt entity like the TV being a quasi-governmental federal agency. They could disturb it even after the HP overlay was in place. Because at that point, once you have a piece of property and you apply the tables, you can't legally disturb it beyond the slope analysis unless there was some prior legal disturbance. And that can only happen before the HP overlay was in effect, or if somebody could come in and not be subject to the zoning ordinance altogether. So it is a bit of a unique circumstance that only applies to certain situations like we have here. We have both of those situations, but I don't think it's something that's going to happen very often, and 99% of the time, staff's interpretation and our interpretation they were advancing would be the same. And there was also some conversation on Tuesday, and just give me just a little bit more, that this could be developed in phases and try to circumvent. I don't believe that would be the case. I think if that were to occur, they would be treated like PR density. Once you get density on a piece of property, you can't then subdivide the property and try to develop it in a separate development and get more density because of the density applied to it. You'd say, no, you can't transfer the density, and I don't think you can transfer the slope disturbance as well. So it's a very unique circumstance. We'd ask that you respectfully allow the 11 acres that we're requesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. Do we have any opposition in the audience? Okay.
Chair.
Commission, I will say I'd like to hear some discussion because this is a little bit complicated here, and I've spent quite a time looking at it, and it's a good time to talk about it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't know if this will correlate or not, but does staff use the overall property in order to calculate the density that is allowed on the property, even though that TVA easement is not buildable?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out if you allow the density per the whole property, even though it's encumbered by a non-buildable area, why would there be a different analysis on the slope protection maybe? I don't know if that correlates or not, but just a
That's a good question.
logical question maybe.
Well, in this particular case, the disturbance budget of 14.17 acres equates to what was already disturbed and is unbuildable because of the TVA easement. The Planning Commission has the authority to review on a case-by-case basis a level 2 certificate of appropriateness for the hillside protection overlay, where you can take practical considerations like that and consider an alternative to, or a variance from 8.9, the disturbance budget. What we proposed was looking at just the buildable area and conducting a separate slope analysis for that. which does allow for some disturbance, but not the entirety of the whole parcel.
So if I understand, you basically set aside the TVA piece as a separate parcel when you analyze the hillside protection. Is that correct?
Initially, no, but because of the development plan that was put forth and the disturbance exceeding that original disturbance budget, this comes before you so that you can consider alternatives, either a denial, approval, or an approval with conditions. And what we are recommending is an approval with a condition that it adhered to this alternative slope analysis.
Okay. Commissioner Midas.
I was going to ask Ms. Blakely if you had looked into it. I know that discussion came up on the agenda review from Chairman Hill about your opinion regarding the legal aspects of it.
I have, and thank you for asking, Commissioner Midas. So this is one that I think the staff's interpretation was correct in terms of how they reviewed the application of the exception. I do think that was, and it was an appropriate mechanism, frankly, to look at this particular property, which you were called upon to do. As you look at an application like this, the guidelines say that you're supposed to look in relation to all of the applicable standards of the code, and the evaluation should be based on the particular location and the particular manner proposed. And so I think that's what the staff did, and did very effectively within the confines of this exception, to allow what would otherwise perhaps be not buildable or not usable because of the hillside protection in conjunction with the easement here. So in my view, it was an appropriate way to give some opportunity here in light of what they are dealing with the building constraints on this property.
Commissioner Huber.
So this is a question for Ms. Hillman. Did you actually run it with the whole 31 plus acres and rerun it? I mean, what did that calculation show if you were to include the extra acres?
So for the entire parcel, the disturbance budget was about 14 acres, and that equated to what had already been disturbed by the easement and was unbuildable. So the alternative slope analysis only considers what's buildable.
So in essence, then, they wouldn't really be able to build anything had you considered the unbuildable.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of a challenge because if we cut it back, and I respect and understand, the opinions, about reading it, but if we cut it back all the way, my concern is that the project will not move forward at all. I mean, just from the pure economics of it, if you literally take half of the subdivision away, my concern would be there is no subdivision. And as badly as we need housing right now, that's a concern.
Commissioner Shelso.
I'd like to make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve per staff recommendation by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Midas. Any other discussion? I'm kind of being very deliberately slow on this one because it's a difficult one. All right, seeing no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, give me a show of the noes. We've got 3 noes. Vice Chair Uten. Got it, Ms. Karen? Thank you. All right. On to item number 7. Applicant, Damon Falconer. Location, north side of Chickamauga Avenue, west of Mettler Street, east of Coram Street, 0.67 acres. Present zoning is RN2, infill housing overlay. Zoning requested is RN3. Existing land use, single-family residential. agricultural/forestry/vacant land. Staff recommendation, approve the RN3 district because it is consistent with the sector plan and development would be reviewed for compatibility with the neighborhood. The infill housing overlay would be retained. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. I'm Damon Falconer, an architect whose address is 4622 Chambliss Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm representing the property owner who owns and would like to design infill housing that conforms to all the infill.
Mr. Falconer,
I'm sorry.
just a moment. I just want to see if there's any opposition.
Okay.
Do we have any opposition out here? We got two?
Yeah.
Two? Okay. Would you like to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The owner wishes, we would like to design an infill housing that conforms to all infill housing overlay district requirements for the empty lot located at 237 Chickamauga Avenue. The owner wishes to invest well over $1 million in this historic neighborhood by designing and building infill housing that would be a great example of how infill housing should be done, based on the multi-layer review process that is designed to control how this housing looks and functions within the fabric of the existing neighborhood. This multifamily housing will help revitalize some of the affordable housing shortage in Knoxville by creating 7 townhouses within the RN3 requested zoning. We have reviewed the multifamily housing and to respect the existing horizontal siding types, shade trees, roof materials, and pitches as set forth in design guidelines. In addition, the new parking and driveway will be designed to be with pervious paving to accommodate the appropriateness of the hillside protection area, even though this property does not technically fall in the hillside protection zone. Since this property is in the IH overlay, infill housing city overlay district, the design of the housings will be carefully reviewed by the design review board in public meetings before a certificate of appropriateness will be granted to the owner to construct the housing. At the last planning committee commission meeting, we were asked by one of the commissioners if RN3 zoning would be considerable. We considered that as we met, and then we went ahead and met with the planning commission staff, both Ms. Jessica and Ms. Lindsay, and discussed the commissioner's ideas to reconsider the zoning request to RN3. Together with staff's input, we redesigned the site plan to conform to the RN3 regulations and infill housing guidelines. We then contacted the Oakwood Lincoln Park Neighborhood Association President, Michelle Ivester, who's here today, and asked if we could meet to discuss the revised site plan at a convenient time and place where anyone could attend and voice their opinion of our new plan. After the August 1st meeting was publicized by the president, 2 adjacent neighbors attended, 1 neighbor down the street, and the president and her husband, who live at 1131 Chickamauga Avenue, also attended. Only 5 people attended. At this meeting, the attendees discussed their desire for a single-family house on the lot, and they were kind of split whether they would even allow a duplex or triplex as a special exception to the RN zoning. The area was designated as an infill housing city overlay district by the Recode Knoxville Planning, and the intent is to foster well-designed infill multifamily housing that will be controlled by strict design guidelines that are now in place, and to encourage neighborhood participation in the next design steps. As an architect for this housing, I want it to be designed very carefully with neighborhood participation and be a great example of how infill housing architecture will be designed and work well within the neighborhood, and be able to meet the minimum design guidelines of the infill housing and other property owners' opinions, and the HOA around the city will be able to point to this project to see how it can be done appropriately and correctly. If a single-family house or multiple single-family houses were built on this property, there would be no strict guidelines to follow. In my opinion, the RN zoning meets the desires of the property owner, and since it's part of the infill housing, city housing overlay, allow for neighborhood participation. We put together a site plan that you have received that visually represents our proposed building locations on the property in compliance with the RN zoning. This neighborhood has many houses in need of repair and would benefit from a project of this financial magnitude and encourage the continued repair and upkeep of the houses of the area. I spoke with a property owner. He's willing and planning to join the association when he comes to Knoxville in September. The staff of the Planning Commission has expressed support for the rezoning based on their report that each of you have received. Recode Knoxville has established this area as a TDR, Traditional Neighborhood Residential, in the Center City Sector Plan, which permits consideration of the requested RN3 zoning. This RN3 zoning request is consistent with the General Plan, Development Plan Policy 8.1, and I'm confident the Planning Commission will understand our request and vote in favor of this rezoning, seeing this opportunity to help meet the existing need for affordable housing in an appropriate way and consistent with the policies and practices that have been set in place. Thank you for serving on the Planning Commission, and thank you for considering this rezoning request.
Thank you. All right. Let's see, do we have another? I thought we had one. What's this one right here? Is Michelle Ivester? And then we also have Mr. Matt Morlock that'll speak as well. Okay.
Good afternoon. Michelle Ivester, Chickamauga Avenue. I'm the president of the Oakwood Lincoln Park Neighborhood Association and I'm here once again to advocate for my community. Many of our neighbors wanted to be here today and unfortunately weren't able to due to their work schedules. That's another reason why they weren't able to make the meeting that we set up with the developer. It was on a weekday night and a lot of people had to work. Since my time on the OPNA board, I've been to a few thousand meetings. Lord, Recon alone was hundreds it seemed, and I'll continue to attend and advocate for my community, as I'm sure you all would do as well. Respectful, responsible development is the goal, as God's not making any more land. Since we last came before this body, we met briefly with the developer who has since changed his request for rezoning from RN4 to RN3. However, this just seems to be an attempt to circumnavigate the process. If the zoning request goes through, he'll then have to ask for a special use request for the townhouses he's wanting to build, which basically takes it back to RN4 again. As you can see, both city and county maps, zoning maps, all of the current zoning within the 1 to 2 block radius is low-density, single-family residence, and it shouldn't be allowed. The neighborhood has had many assurances that other apartment buildings, such as the one that was put in the 90s, would not be able to be built today, and yet here we are. We'd love to compromise with the owner and even support a duplex or a triplex, which would fit with the current zoning. As I mentioned previously, OPNA is aware well of the current housing situation, and if this proposal were designated on one of our busy corridors and that encompasses our neighborhood, we would most likely be supportive, but it's not. The missing middle housing option seems to be the go-to phrase for developers these days, but unless the rents are something that the working class can afford, then it's just words used to manipulate the system. The proposed townhouses won't be aimed at the working class, and we've been told by the owner, told that the owner won't accept any type of voucher or assistance for people to live there, so the missing middle excuse is debatable. I would also point out that this property was a fairly recent acquisition for Mr. Nathan. He purchased it in November of 2021 and then transferred it to his corporation in August of 22. It would seem that there was no due diligence of the property zoning or any consideration of the neighborhood as a whole, and that is an oversight on his part. Excuse me. However, the neighborhood shouldn't be penalized for his lack of proper research. Poor planning or lack thereof or self-created hardship should not be considered as a valid reason for rezoning, especially in an established older residential neighborhood such as ours. If the rezoning is allowed, as I've been recently told, the developer would be allowed to put in whatever he wanted, with little to no recourse to oppose it other than the court system. In preparation for this meeting, I came across the 2023 Tennessee Commissioner's Report, Land Use in Tennessee, Striking a Balance, listed on the tennessee.gov website. The commission concluded that the zoning proved an effective way for entire communities to protect the character and quality of life of its neighborhoods and to protect the property values, and that's what we're asking here tonight, or today, excuse me. I'm used to coming at night. Please deny this request to help us protect the character and property values of our neighborhood. And Mr. Hill, I did receive your flyer yesterday, and I was very happy to read that you've dedicated your career to preserving our neighborhoods, and I hope that you'll help to vote preserve ours today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Let's see. Got Mr. Matt Morlock.
All right.
If I could ask you and others that'll be speaking at the podium, if you'll please be aware of pulling the mic up close. We can hear you up here, but apparently we're getting some comments in the back that it's very
There's
difficult.
one thing I know how to do. It's talking to a microphone.
All right.
So
good.
don't worry about that. I had all these words prepared, but I'm not going to say them. I'm looking at the map that y'all have pulled up there, and I want to note something that hasn't really been noted. The RN5 that's adjacent to the property in question is also owned by the same person. With that in mind, is it okay to bring up a street view? Who's on the computer there? Can we look at a street view of what those properties as a whole parcel, which is ultimately what they are? If we can bring up a street view, there we go. Off to the right, you'll see the dumpster. It's lovely. And you'll go, that's my house right there. So back it up a little bit. And let's go back to the apartments. So the RN5 that's right there got snuck in before people gave a crap about our neighborhood. And to the left, that's 6 units. That little strip of grass is where the owner wants to build 7 more units. Just, I wanted you to have a visual on what we're talking about. It's nice to look at the zoning map and the drawings that you have that Mr. Falconer brought you. I have no doubt that Damon, Mr. Falconer, will build something beautiful, like he told you. He's a good architect. It's going to look nice. It's going to be a hell of a lot nicer looking than the apartments that were already there. Our only concern is with the density. I don't think that you could responsibly ever squeeze 7 buildings onto a strip of grass that much. That's it. I think he's going to build something nice. I think it'll look really cool. But there isn't street side parking there. That little parking lot for the 6 units fills up every night as it is. 7 more units in there, I can't imagine it. That's my only real qualm with this. We're not anti-development. We want it to be smart. And I want to also say, under RN2 with special use, he can totally build a triplex, something that fits onto the property. But I had something a lot more eloquent to say with jokes and everything, but I'm tired and I know you want to move on. So I just ask you to vote no. Let's keep it at RN2. And the neighborhood association is happy with a special use to let it be a little more dense than an RN2 is allowed to be. And I know it's going to look good because he is a good architect. And we'll find compromise, and nobody will be fully satisfied on the other end of it, because that's what compromise looks like. Got to meet somewhere in the middle. I think that's a good middle ground. So thanks for your time, and thanks
you
for being here.
All right. Commission? What's that? Vice Chair Uten?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to commend the applicant and the community for continuing to work on this. It was obvious that we were looking at something last month that was probably more than should have been submitted to begin with, and the applicant probably was not fully aware of how to attack this need, which is the infill housing. And so I applaud the extra work to try to bring back something to us. Something that makes me feel a little better about this that staff brought up on Tuesday is that there's still several layers of approvals that would have to happen as we go forward with this. This wouldn't just be approved today. There'd be several other hoops to have to jump through. And because it's consistent with the sector plan, and because of that extra review, I think I'm going to make a motion that we approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Huber to approve per staff recommendation, and we have more lights on, so let's go to Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, I would like to ask someone from staff to walk us through the future approval processes that they're going to have to go to, because with townhouses being a special use, I know that that I believe comes back to us and also requires a site plan and some other information. And then there's also the infill review. So if someone from staff could speak to how involved those processes are, and then what the controls by the boards that would be reviewing those would be.
Sure. So as Lindsay described at agenda review, the infill housing process review would occur first. And I can let her speak to what that process would look like.
Sure. And I'll say we don't have a set requirement that the DRB, the Design Review Board approval precede the special use, but typically we would recommend that so that what the Planning Commission and the community reviews, again, has already been vetted on the design side. But an applicant is obligated to submit a site plan and elevation drawings. We have a staff pre-review process, so we review the site plan with city codes, zoning, and engineering staff to ensure that it meets the relevant codes, identify any issues that they run into in permitting. We take a quick look at the principal use standards for the if they were townhouses or duplexes, whatever form of house it would be. And then we provide a staff report of how it meets the infill housing design guidelines. The Design Review Board would then review and approve with conditions, or deny. There's a 14-day appeal period, and that would be the infill housing process side of it.
And then during the special use process, we would ask for similar documents, site plan, elevations, circulation, off-street parking. We have an interagency review where we review the site plan with engineering and other relevant departments. And we are reviewing it for compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, consistency with adopted plans, considering potential negative impacts. And that goes before the Planning Commission. We post signs in advance of the Planning Commission meeting, so there is community input in the special use review. Yeah.
And in that process, if, say, there was feedback about dumpster locations or the stepping of these, and I know that the dumpster mentioned is on an adjacent property, but maybe the developer could combine those and kind of be offer something, some form of relief to the neighbors. And but if there were comments about that, would that come up in the DRB approval process of those layouts and things?
Yes. And I would also note, just to follow up on Jesse's comment, the Design Review Board is also open to the public and has a public input opportunity there, and we post a sign as well.
Well, with that, I would say to the developer, however this proceeds, however you all proceed, I would recommend trying to have a workshop with DRB as early as possible in the design process, and try to get the feedback on layouts and whatnot, and then also design from that. But that's, and I believe that this project specifically does, with all of these different steps to go through, there's a lot of opportunities for improvements and feedback. So I think it's a great approach, and we'll be supporting it.
Commissioner Huber.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I too would like to commend both sides for getting together and just trying to talk through it. I mean, this stuff is challenging at times. Everybody wants to keep the, keep the integrity of the neighborhood while still serving, all the people that are moving to town, as well as working with staff in revising the application down from RN4 to RN3. I think that was a big step. But I did have a chance to drive out there too and look at the site distances and the hills and the vertical curves, that type of thing. Atlantic, I think one of the comments, the public comments, was that, Atlantic has been recently approved with sidewalks and things like that, but Chickamauga has not. But I think that's kind of a normal appreciation through time that happens on these city streets. As we'd love to have every street with a sidewalk, and hopefully eventually it will. But it might take a little while, but hopefully they'll be there. But the opportunity here, and in looking at this site plan, I know this isn't exactly what's in front of us today, but I think some of the things we talked about last month were actually incorporated in. From a design standpoint, I'm pretty impressed, really. I think Commissioner Higgins had mentioned, they're not all side by side, they're stacked. So from the road, you'll see 3, not 7. The parking is behind an existing single-family home, so it's not all right up against Chickamauga Avenue. So I think a lot of the feel will stay while still, helping, meet our need. Plus, there's pervious pavers. I mean, I haven't seen anybody do that type of thing for stormwater. I think it's a good step in the right direction, and obviously I'm supporting it.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I'll reiterate everyone else's feedback on being pleased that the community and the applicant got together and talked and tried to improve things a bit. A few things have still hung with me that the opposition said. I think the quote was, "God's not making any more land." I would say that there's not new historic neighborhoods being made. We have several historic first neighborhoods in Knoxville, and we're really fortunate for that. We haven't always been the best stewards of those for a variety of reasons. So here is one of those neighborhoods in front of us, and I think when you look at this view on the map, there's an orange block there that stands out from everything else. I don't think we'd even be considering this application today if that orange block wasn't there. So I'm calling that out because that is how development tends to happen, is that we'll look for, oh, there's an RN5 or there's this particular zone, and we're going to bloom from that to add to that type of development. And that's what's going on here, even though that doesn't match anything else in this neighborhood. I'm impressed that the neighborhood has said we're not against putting something here like a duplex or a triplex. We're just worried about the density here, and that they're seeing that a duplex or a triplex could fit into that property in a way that would really feel very genuine to that street as it is right now. And I think that is my biggest issue with the plan that's in front of us right now, that we are not only looking at quite a different plan with density, but we're changing the base zone for this, even when the RN2 would accommodate something else that is in the much heralded middle missing category. So I will not be supporting this, and wish that we could retain the RN2.
Commissioner Shelso.
A few questions for staff. So RN2 does not allow any sort of multifamily more than a duplex, right? RN3 is the only form that could have more than a duplex. There could not be a triplex, correct, on RN2?
A triplex would be considered multifamily, right, and that's not permitted in RN2 or RN3.
Right. So that's not, we keep mentioning a triplex, but that's not really an option in RN2. So I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that. I don't know about this site plan, but RN3, there are calculations. I guess, has the applicant made sure this many units of townhomes can fit on this size? Okay. RN3 is just one zone away from RN2. You know, that orange dot on there is not, even if it were RN3, it's, you know, the orange, I think, makes it look a lot different than what it really is. It's just one zone different. So, you know, I think the fact that they have an infill overlay really is the reason I support this in terms of being something that can fit in the neighborhood. If this did not have an infill overlay, I could see how this could be much more out of character. We wouldn't have those protections. So I support it.
Ms. Hillman, if that orange block was not there, how would you all have viewed this?
Proximity of multifamily development is a consideration, but it's not the sole focus. The fact that there are these multiple layers of review to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood is probably the most critical piece of it. Also, the number of residential amenities in the area. Although it doesn't have sidewalks, it does have transit, which is due to continue through the new CAT plan. There's recreational amenities, educational amenities, a commercial node not far to the east. Those were major considerations as well.
So are you confident that you would have the same recommendation regardless?
In addition, it's supported by the sector plan. Yes.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Have we got a motion and a second? Is that where we are? Okay, so we have a motion and a second per staff recommendation, correct? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We've got two noes. Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item number 9, applicant Don Horton, location west side of Sanders Lane, north of Fuller Avenue. Approximate size of tract, 17,027 square feet. Present zoning, RN2, hillside protection. Zoning requested, RN4, hillside protection, and existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land. All right, let's see. Staff recommendation is to approve the RN3 district because it is consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development. All right, is the applicant present?
Yes.
All right.
Don Horton, 2100 Fairmont Boulevard, Knoxville. Yes, we're requesting an RN4 zoning for the following reasons: is that
Mr. Horton, if you'll excuse me for 1 minute,
Yes.
do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, please proceed.
Thank you. SEED has been building housing, energy-efficient housing in low-income neighborhoods as infill housing, and they have the opportunity with property they own on Sanders Lane to build 5 townhouse units. And we're wanting to have 5 townhouse units because feasibility, the cost of the development at 5 townhouses make it work cost-wise. So we approached this and looked at the site. It's adjacent to an RN6 on the west. It is a very difficult site, hilltop protection, and a very steep site in low parts of it. So looking at this, no more than 5 units could be put on this site economically or feasible. So for that reason, that we would like to have 5 units on this site, and the RN4 designation allows us to do this within the zoning. Going to an RN3 would make it would probably not allow the project to go forward. So that's our request.
Okay. We have some others signed up to speak. Mr.
And-
Stan Johnson.
Hi there, how you guys doing? Good. My name is Stan Johnson, 1617 Dandridge Avenue. I work for a company called Seed. We train inner city youth on green technology. We build solar homes. We've done it in low-income communities, and we're trying to address this missing middle. If you look right next to it, it's a RN6, so we're not asking for anything that massive. We want to do a 5-unit for low-income community members so we can address this missing middle. Again, there's no opposition. I talked to Frank Johnson that told me not to give y'all his address because he lived in the projects, but he said this would do a lot for the community. So we want to make sure that we are doing what's right for the community. We also want to protect the hillside. We believe in, again, green technology. We want to make sure all this stuff is correct and honored. We also are working with Trinity Foundation to make this thing happen. So there's a lot of partners going into this project. We really want to see it move forward. And again, there's nothing but trees around us. The community needs it. We want it. And I think this will be great for our process. And our young people are going to be trained in this process as well. So we can actually help the community in both ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. How about Wendy Glass? What's that? What?
We're not speaking on that property, sir.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Had that in the wrong place there. Okay. Commission.
I make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Second. Everyone's just seconding it.
Okay, so we've got Commissioner Barger with a motion to approve per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Any discussion?
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify, the recommendations for RN3, not RN4, is that right?
Correct. Okay. Commissioner Shelso.
A question for staff. When was that right-of-way road closed that goes north? Was it?
I believe it was closed when the property on the north was platted as part of the KCDC development.
Okay.
Around 2017, it was platted, I think.
I would support RN4 on this if this motion fails.
Commissioner Higgins.
I really, I've heard great things about Seeds and the work that they've done, and I got a little mesmerized and excited while they were talking, and wasn't realizing the situation. And I too would support their request over the recommendation if this motion fails.
Commissioner Browning.
I guess my question is for staff, what is the biggest problem with not doing RN4?
I think that RN3 will be more consistent. It will allow up to 2 duplexes will be compatible with the 2 duplexes to the north, and it will allow up to 4 townhouses, and it will require a special use review, so the commission will be able to see that it is compatible in size and scale with the surrounding single-family neighborhoods. The RN6 zoned parcel to the west, it's a hilly forested area, and according to the KCDC's master plan, this will remain undisturbed. So if it had more development to the area, I think we would consider that.
I don't know. I think I could support RN4 here too.
Commissioner Higgins.
Just to add to my reasoning for RN4, if I understand correctly, RN3, like we just discussed a minute ago, would require special use for townhouses. RN4 would not for townhouses, but would for multifamily. Is that correct?
Yes.
Depending on the number of units.
The number of units, yes,
Yeah.
correct.
And then it's also in hilltop protection overlay. What would their process? What process would they have to go through for that?
With regards to the hillside protection overlay,
Yes, on this site.
they would request a certificate of appropriateness based on the grading plan and the slope analysis.
Is there more that goes into that based off the density or the zoning or the use, depending on those factors, more or less?
We look at the disturbance allowance and make sure that the grading plan stays within that threshold.
And my point is just that I think that there's similar to what we just discussed, there are other controls that would help make sure that this would stay within the scale of the surrounding neighborhood. And I think that if they wanted to, with RN4, come back with a big multifamily, they would have to go through special use. And I think that in this case, more steps don't seem necessary unless they were trying to take that approach. And then also being next to, as mentioned, the RN6, I think that RN4 just does seem more appropriate.
Commissioner Huber.
I too have a question for staff. On the lot, with respect to the lot next door with the 2 duplexes, and correct me, how many square feet is required in R2? What's the minimum square footage required for a duplex?
10,000 square feet.
Yeah, and that was my recollection as well. And the only reason I bring it up is if you scale that off on KGIS anyway, I'm certainly don't have, a survey in front of me, but it looks to be about 14,000 square feet on that with 2 duplexes. So it might be non-conforming, but my point is, it being compatible with a higher zone, it's already built out to a higher density kind of a situation than what RN2 would allow. So just kind of trying to, I guess, make a point that I'd be comfortable with R4 as well, RN4.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, the minimum lot area for a duplex. Oh, I see what you're saying. There's 2.
Right, there's 2 duplexes on it. Correct.
Commissioner Barger.
I'd like to change my motion to accept RN4.
Okay. Commissioner Levinson, would you accommodate a second?
I will.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Adams.
For the same rationale that I was an advocate for keeping RN2 in the previous case that we discussed, that's my thinking here as well. So I'm sorry that you changed your motion. But the RN3, by changing it to RN4, it seems like we're increasing that, again, with the thinking of the applicant that we're talking about right now, and not thinking about the land use, that it is not just the person that's in front of us right now, but we're changing the base zone. So I am absolutely in favor of what SEED is doing, and the staff recommendation that came through for RN3. I'll be casting a vote against this motion because of the RN4. I just want to clarify that, but totally in favor of the RN3.
Okay, so we have a revised motion per the applicant's request with Commissioner Barger, RN4, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. I see no other light, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have 1 no. Thank you. All right, on to item number 12. Applicant R. Bentley Marlowe, location north side of Douglas Avenue, west of Callaway Street. Size of tract 3,071 square feet, zoning RN2, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land, proposed use 2-family dwelling. The staff recommendation is to approve the request for a 2-family dwelling in the RN2 zoning district, subject to the 2 conditions. Is the applicant present?
I'm here.
Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, you may proceed.
Well,
Once again, I'm here with something that was previously on the consent agenda as non-controversial, and it's been pulled. So I'd like to defer my time to listen to the objection of Commissioner Midas.
All right, on to commission. Commissioner Midas.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. So I pulled this off consent because I felt like it was warranted more discussion amongst the commission. And I feel like that's our opportunity and my ability to do being on commission. This application was unique to me. I mean, I've only been on commission 2 years now, but I was interested to see that it first went through BZA, got approval for a significant, in my opinion, a significant number of variances before coming to us. And, I'd encourage Director Brooks to talk more about this process if she would like. But I am opposing this special use, and I want everyone to consider this is a special use. It's not a rezoning. And my understanding is when it goes before BZA, they're improving variances. They're not looking at the use when they approve these variances. In an RN2 zone, which this is, the guidelines, the development guidelines for that property are going to be not as stringent as it would be if it was a duplex on this property. In fact, 2 of the variances, number one was a reduction of the front setback from 20 feet to 3 feet. It says in the zoning code that in cases of 2 as a duplex, in no case should it be less than 10 feet. And in the variance number 7, it says reduction of minimum lot area required for a dwelling 2-family from 10,000 square feet to 3,071. For RN2, for a single family, it's only 5,000. So when it went before BZA, it had not received a special use yet. So I'm assuming they're considering it for an RN2 without a special use. That would only be a variance from 5,000 to 3,000. Now we're looking at a variance from 10,000 to 3,000. Is that correct? Sam, feel free to pipe in on this. But when looking at a special use for a duplex on this piece of property, there are specifications on development guidelines which prevent that from being more of an intensive use. And in this case, because these variances have already been granted, because this is such a very small 3,000 square foot lot, that use of having 2 families on this piece of property is going to be much more intense, and in my opinion, is inappropriate for this piece of property. So I will be voting no for this special use.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shelso.
So in the staff report, it lists what BZA approvals were obtained, right? And the reduction of the minimum lot area required for a 2-family from 10,000 to 3,000 was obtained at BZA, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so BZA did know that it was a duplex, or 2 units.
Well, it hasn't received approval for a duplex yet.
Right. So I walked by this lot last week, and this is my neighborhood, and if you look at the other properties like behind it, just those immediate streets over, there are a lot of those really small, how wide are those, 25 feet?
I'd have to look at the plat. Some of them are 20, some are like 25. I think there's one of those is 30.
Yeah, when you consider like what that neighborhood is built out to be density-wise per acre with those small lots, this isn't that out of character with the neighborhood. I think the only thing I don't quite like about it, but this was granted by BZA, is the 0 parking. If you have potentially 4 people living in there, there's probably going to be 4 cars on the street. But
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you,
Yeah,
Nathaniel.
the parking, there's, the BZA variance was granted for 0, which I don't know if I 100% agree with, but, I mean, I'm inclined to support this, this development, this special use.
Commissioner Higgins.
Could we get some clarification on procedures of our body when it comes to special use? Could we add a condition to include parking or to make design changes or anything? I mean, I know we're not a design review board, but I'm curious what by showing the site plan and the elevations, like what is the, I guess, intent in us seeing that?
In terms of the parking, BZA has already ruled on that in terms of.
I didn't mean that specifically, just in general, like if there was an opinion of a condition that should be applied here for the special use, what would be the allowed within those conditions, or and if it conflicted with BZA, would that be allowed? I don't have anything specific in mind. Just
Yeah, we would encourage you not to place a condition that would conflict with BZA at this point. But otherwise, you all, the intent is for you all to look at this, and if there are additional conditions that you would like to be considered, to have that discussion, and those to be considered to be added. So if you have specific ones that you want to bring up, and then we can respond to those, whether or not we as staff think that would be appropriate to add at that time.
Commissioner Shelso.
And additionally, this was on consent. There is no one here again to object. So I make the motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve per staff recommendation by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Huber. Commissioner Midas.
I have a question for Sam. So it says right here that the setback from the front setback is 3 feet. Is that from the sidewalk?
I believe it will be at the front of the parcel. In this case, it will be the sidewalk.
So it'll be from the sidewalk.
Commissioner Huber.
One unique thing that I saw, at least I think I've got the right parcel on here, it has some sort of alley access as well. Is that right?
Yes, as it's orientated here, the left side is running alongside of a city alley.
Right. And granted, I feel like it has access from 2 different areas, so that's why I would be supportive.
Thank you. I would also like to point out, there's no house currently fronts on that block of Douglas, and nobody currently parallel parks on that block of Douglas. So I foresee no parking challenges. That was brought up at BZA, and I explained that I preferred some green space being left on the site because parking would be an increase of impervious surface area.
Commissioner Midas.
Sam, would they be allowed to park in the back of the house?
Looking at the site plans, it does appear that there would be room for a vehicle to park back there. There is a row of trees. I'm sorry, actually, there's a privacy fence, so no.
So so codes wouldn't allow them, or there's no space to park?
There's, if we could pull up the site plans as part of the file, there's a 6.5-foot wooden privacy fence that runs along the alley and then along the rear of the property and then along so both side property lines in the rear. So the line with the X's along it, towards the top of that page, yeah. So the fence would prohibit a vehicle entering.
They wouldn't allow it in behind there.
Correct.
And the fence, I assume, is staying?
I'm sorry?
Are you planning on keeping the fence?
I am planning on keeping the fence. I'm a big proponent of outdoor green spaces, and I'm trying to maximize some outdoor green space in the rear of the structures to be fenced, outdoor space for tenants and residents to utilize.
All right, seeing no other lights, we have a motion for staff recommendation to approve. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. One no.
Thank you.
Next agenda, 13. 15. On to agenda item 15. This one. Okay. All right, so we have a recommendation from the staff. Let's see, staff recommends zoning code amendments to enable middle housing in the city follow the process of implementation as defined by Opticos Design, Inc. in the September 2022 Missing Middle Housing Scan and the Missing Middle Housing Book summary provided in Exhibit A. So that'll be the same recommendation for items 15 through 19. Is that correct? All right. Is the applicant available?
I am present.
All right. Any opposition? All right, you may proceed.
I'm here today just to have some discussion. There's room for compromise. I'm trying to just move this ball forward because we are in the midst of a housing crisis. And I believe that the advanced Knox survey that's come out yesterday or today shows the urgency of the situation along with the state of housing report. And I see and feel it every day through the phone calls, emails, texts, Facebook messages I receive with people requesting housing and asking about the availability of housing. So I would like to reserve or yield my time to allow discussion by the commission if they so desire.
We also have another gentleman signed up, Mr. Dustin Durham. Mr. Durham here, okay.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so my name's Dustin Durham. Do you say you need address?
Address, please.
Home address, 1422 Cornelia Street, apartment 2, zip code 37917. And I would also like to clarify two things. One, I do have comments that I wrote that you can read in full on the site or probably in your packet. I am a Knoxville Transportation Authority Commissioner. I am not speaking on behalf of the commission. I'm speaking just on behalf of myself, so I just want to make that clear. So specifically with this ordinance, and again, you can read it in my comments in full, but I'd like to just talk about Article 4.1, which is about duplexes, and I believe triplexes as well. There is nothing necessary or sacred about zoning most of our city to allow only a detached single-family home to be built. It is, in fact, the reason we lack the supply to meet the demand for housing in this nation. It is an antiquated and, quite frankly, fiscally irresponsible manner to develop our city. There's nothing less honorable or American about choosing to live under the same roof as another family or non-family members. Allowing duplexes by right in RN1 and RN2 zones is literally the least we can do in order to begin to tame this housing crisis. The character of our neighborhoods has historically been affordable and mixed income. Continuing to allow exclusionary zoning like RN1 and RN2 is what is truly killing the character of Knoxville. We need more housing, and we need it in every residential zone. As well, we've been hearing a lot of comments on the KTA board with people not pleased with the changes. There seems to be a severe lack of understanding of the harsh reality that to have good transit, you need good land use. Our city is just not dense enough to have good transit everywhere. Density does not mean Manhattan. Density literally just means anything that is slightly more living units. If we want to have good transit in this city, we have to reevaluate seriously how we zone our residential neighborhoods, and we have to start treating alternate typologies of housing as equally worthy of the 75 to 80% of land in this city that is currently zoned just RN1 or RN2. Whenever I hear arguments about neighborhood character and history, I like to remind people that those can mean different things to different people. Obviously, if there is a concern about the architecture in a historic neighborhood, we have different, ordinances to help us protect that. We have different ways to manage that. We have, a plethora of different organizations within the city that can help guide those things. But that, to me, as I said, a character of a neighborhood is about someone being able to afford to pay their rent and save up so that they can have a better life for themselves when they're older, so that they can give a better life to their children. If we want to talk about neighborhood history, before about the 1920s, there was no zoning. So historically, our neighborhoods didn't even have zones. So I think in the discussion of these things, we need to keep that in mind, that history and character of neighborhoods is not just about how many parcels can sit on a lot, and that from my view, especially from the view of transit, incremental increases in housing like a duplex in 75% of the land in this city is something that would go above and beyond helping to address the crisis that we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission, any discussion? Commissioner Midas.
Okay, I guess I'll start. So I was very involved in RICO Knoxville, I guess I'd like to say, and a lot of RICO Knoxville, a lot of time that took place had to do with engagement of the community. Mr. Marlowe, have you engaged much of the community regarding this amendment?
I have listened to neighbors, builders, developers, other architects. I've been working on this. I've been on the Mayor's Developers Roundtable. I've been in the Missing Middle Housing Scans. I've talked to real estate agents.
Have you gone around to talk to many neighbors?
I've talked to many of my neighbors, yes, ma'am.
And what are their thoughts about it?
I think the best quote I can give you is from one of my elderly neighbors there in Mechanicsville who owns her own home. And she told me that if it's your property, then you should be able to do what you want.
So you know that Mayor Concannon has asked for us, for Planning Commission, to sponsor, to look at this very thing and to come up with their own plan. Why? What's the urgency?
The urgency is that we are somewhere between 24,000 housing units short. We're in a very acute housing crisis. We're having rents rates rise at faster than anywhere in the nation. My phone's constantly ringing, texting, Facebook messages. I've even had people, females, approach me on dating websites looking for housing. That's how desperate the situation is getting.
And I agree, it is pretty bad, but I just don't think that passing something this right now is going to address. Why not just wait? We got how long do you think, Director Brooks, do we have until something will come forth before planning regarding this missing middle?
The administration is, they have stated that sometime this fall that they would be ready
This
to
fall.
present something. Yes.
So a couple months.
I guess, Ms. Minus, I have reached out and tried to work with administration. In fact, before I paid the fee on July the 6th, I had an hour-and-a-half long meeting with the administration, at which time they told me they had no written draft, no outline, no guiding principles. They could not identify what they would agree with in my proposal, nor could they identify what they disagreed with my proposal. And I have re-asked that question as recently as Tuesday and asked it where they were on that, and they told me they still have nothing yet that they're ready to share.
Well, because it's in planning's hands, is that correct? That planning commission is going to be responsible for drafting something and getting community engagement?
The planning staff has been working with the administration on a plan for addressing middle housing in the city, yes.
I mean, and I have personal, I respect that you're very passionate about this and that you want to change this. I actually, before RICO Knoxville, I was involved in amending our zoning ordinance. It wasn't to the extent this was, but I went through my city council member. I talked to neighborhoods that were affected. We had agreement. I felt 100% comfortable with the properties that were affecting, that they had the opportunity to respond and give me input, whereas I feel like that is not the case for this. And this is going to affect every residential property in the city of Knoxville, and I just can't support it. I do support what staff has proposed, and I make a motion that we accept staff's motion as per written. Let me pull it up.
No.
Staff's recommendation for the zoning code and ordinance to enable middle housing in the city following the process of implementation as defined by Opticos Design, Inc. and the September 2022 missing middle housing scan.
So Commissioner Shelso. Wait a minute. We've got a motion. I'm sorry. We've got a motion. I was waiting on a second.
I would appreciate, before making a second, having staff clarify the recommendation that they have made.
Okay. Staff?
So what we are recommending, as we stated, is the implementation process follow what's defined by the consultant. I'll break this down briefly, and then I can also quote the report. This is a comprehensive process that will go beyond selected tweaks to the existing zoning code. We would like for it to include a review of the relevant adopted plans to ensure that the code updates align with the adopted plans. We will focus on a target area that's naturally supportive to middle housing forms, include dimensional and design standards to guide house-scale buildings compatible with the context, encourage retention of existing houses via conversion or additions, and then incorporate public input. So the missing middle housing scan at the end, where they give recommendations for implementing MMH. They say, work with the community and developers to understand the value of MMH and the findings and recommendations of this scan. I'd say that both planning and the city have continued to work on this step via public meetings and presentations, prioritize middle housing within the 5 to 10 minute walkable environments around the existing walkable centers, apply the findings of this scan, so that's the recommendations based on the code, prioritize fitting the desired middle housing types to the actual lot sizes, so that's what I'd referenced as dimensional and design standards to guide those house scale buildings, and then enable middle housing through a middle housing zone and standards or through a set of overlay standards.
Thank you. Having heard staff's articulation of the recommendation, I am seconding Commissioner Midas's motion. I would also like to make another comment, and that is that one of the reasons I'm supporting staff's recommendation is that there actually weren't that many public comments on this particular ordinance request or the others that are sequential with it. There were a few. But what was interesting to me, whether they were in favor or against the ordinance request, they almost all came with some type of caveat. They would say, yes, I'm for this particular thing, but I'd also like to see this and this, or I would like to be for this if we could just change these two things. Which to me is getting to your point, Commissioner Midas, which is it seems rushed. Not that there isn't an urgency, and I appreciate your concern for housing needs, but that it seems that we are making such quick movements with the ordinance request that we could end up making some problems that we had not anticipated. And so I think that staff's recommendation addresses those because it is looking at it in a more holistic fashion, and that's why I want to support Commissioner Midas's motion.
I am not opposed to postponing this to next month, but I just do not want that this just gets left into the ether with no fixed deadline or date. Like, we do need to take action. And as much as I encourage transparency and public input, none of that is helping the multitudes of people that are desperately looking for housing. I've had grown men cry when I've told them that I'm sorry, but you were number 7 in the queue and number 3 took the house, and they cried because they can no longer afford the Airbnb they've been in for 45 or 65 days. We need to do something, and we need to do something quickly.
Unless Commission objects, I have another person in the audience that would like to speak. And Ms. Singh, Councilperson Singh.
Thank you. Seema Singh, this building, 400 Main Street. I was not planning on speaking today, but I was getting very frustrated, and there are a lot of comments that I could make. But I think I'm going to stick with, I believe what's being asked here is to send this up to council for us to consider. The last council meeting we had this room 2/3 full and had many people come up here sobbing because they needed housing. I also worked on Recode. I was involved in the midnight pizza parties and everything. We were staying till very late. The situation, when we were working on that, we didn't have this situation going on. But the most important thing to me is we decided it was a living document and that we would continue to look at it. And at this point, we are in a crisis, and it's time for us to look at it. So I would appreciate if this was sent up to council for more consideration and discussion. That's not saying we're moving quickly. It will probably spend a lot of time on council. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Let's go with Commissioner Shelso.
So the code amendment that is typed up and in front of us with the motion on the table, if that motion passes, which just says that we recommend a process, what happens to the actual code proposal? Is that basically a denial of this code amendment then?
I apologize. Say that again.
So
the question again.
The motion on the table to go through this process, is that equivalent to a just rejection of everything as written in this proposed code amendment?
That was not the intent of staff's recommendation, but it was to follow a process that had already been outlined by a scan that had been prepared last fall.
So then my question, if we approve this motion, what happens to this text in front of us? Where does that go?
I think we're at that point relying on the administration to bring forth something. And just to add oddity to this meeting, I think that if we table it or postpone it, it gives, I guess, some option of bringing this back in the event, let's say, the administration doesn't act on it. That's something to consider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's kind of one of my thoughts then is by tabling this, we're able to pull this back up at any moment.
30 days notice.
For 12 months. We could postpone it by X number of days. either one of those options in a way sort of keeps the heat, for lack of a better word, on the administration to continue on with the process.
Keep them on task might be a better
But as
way to describe it.
yeah, as our council member has also alluded, by passing this and sending this to city council sends that message for them to have that discussion. So I don't know. That answers my questions.
All right, Commissioner Huber.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. There's no question we need to amend it. I do believe it's a living document as well. And I too fully hear about the need for housing. However, that being said, I think we need to get it right, and don't rush it, and have things force-fed and, just accept it. So I'm all about moving forward, but I do have a concern with the quickness of it moving. I don't like delaying things, but I want to get it right. So, I don't know if that's a postponement or a tabling or what, because, I know we've got, with Councilwoman Singh, I think there's, again, things coming down from city council to us and to the staff, and we're pushing this up to them, so it's kind of this cycle, circular reference, in an Excel sheet or something, so I'm not sure where I'm going to land, but I just don't want to rush it. I want to get it right, but get it right quickly.
Commissioner Midas, would you care if I inquire as to, would you be open to a tabling rather than just a consideration?
I can consider it. I guess I don't see how this isn't going to happen, given the fact that there's a resolution passed. Director Brooks and her staff are already working on it. And I think we need more community input. But if it doesn't happen, yeah, I'm okay having this. He could bring it forth again, is that right? Bring it back? We don't table it?
It's a question if it's tabled, can it come back?
Or could he bring it back if it was, I guess he couldn't bring it back. I'm fine tabling it. If it's okay with Commissioner Adams, that's fine. Well, I'm not concerned that it's not gonna come back to us through the commission as an ordinance.
I think there are two questions being asked, I think. And the first one was Commissioner Scelso asking sort of what happens, I'm going to put words in your mouth, to the good ideas that are being articulated in these ordinance requests. And my assumption, and yes, I know what happens when you assume things, but is that planning would look at those. They wouldn't just disallow them because they had come from a different route, but that they would, along with all of these things in the process, consider the good ideas that were in the ordinance request. Is that a true assumption?
Yes, I believe it is. And also planning staff as well as plans review and inspection staff have also already given quite a bit of review to this. So our intent is to continue to do so.
And I'm sure Mr. Bentley will be involved in the process of gathering input, right? When Planning Commission is holding community meetings. And so he as well can give input, just like any other developer or any other resident or property owner.
I think that by tabling it, it gives all of us more options moving forward. In the event, and I'm not saying the administration won't bring something forward, but to keep them on task, this might be a vehicle to ensure that, rather than.
I guess I'd be interested in seeing if our motion would, Commissioner Midas's motion would pass before a tabling is considered, because I'm not sure it's necessary.
Okay. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. So I will get to, I have some thoughts on the discussion that we were just having about the process, but in regards to just this request, I do think that we need to take a broader look at our housing, our zoning and how we allow housing. And, the numbers for many years before the housing shortages. The numbers have shown that people are moving to areas like our own, and there's a lot of people that would like to one day live in the city of Knoxville, and I think that when we, going back to that comment from earlier, God's not making any more land, we are running out of places to put housing and architecture, and we have beautiful ridges, and I don't think that anybody wants to build over those. I think that the discussion earlier about the hillside protection and looking at like farmland that's being turned into housing. I think that trying to utilize what we have, the infrastructure we have in place for more housing options, more density is really our most sustainable way to go economically and other all the ways. But of course, I don't completely agree with everything that was proposed in this, and I think that to try to broadly vote on this amendment would be very, very difficult and does require a lot of input and modifications from with staff and community feedback. However, I also agree that while the request has been made for staff to review it, I like that this is evidence of the community trying to push matters through, and I think that tabling is a great option. I would even be in favor, and don't get me wrong, this is not to say that I fully agree with the language in the proposal, but I would be in favor of voting for it, sending it to City Council and letting them discuss it, because that is another forum where people will be able to speak to it and City Council will be able to speak to it. And also, as mentioned frequently, those meetings happen in the evening and more people can attend those meetings. So again, that's not to say that it has my support from an implication standpoint, but I do see some merit in sending it just even with the request that has been made, sending it on. So I think at the very least, we should table it and leave it in the background as an option. But, if we wanted to really move the needle, I think there are some other ways to speed it up. But I think that shooting it down right now, I saw the fee that was paid for this application, and, that this may benefit the applicant, but it would also benefit other people. So I don't think that working on this isn't just self-serving, and I think that what we talk about, wanting neighborhood and community input, this is a really good example of members of the community trying to push things along and encourage positive changes. So I don't support a complete shutting down of this request, but I would be in favor of tabling. Thanks.
Vice Chair Uten.
Gosh, I'm getting confused myself here. My mind was going back. My grandmother used to say the olden days, and my mind was going back to some of the previous years of planning commission and county commissioner, city council, if things wanted to get expedited. Typically, when you come up with ordinance amendments and things like this, you want it to get to council so they can reprimand or put it back to planning commission to have them make further modifications of what's been asked. The quicker it can get to council, they can deliberate some, but they can just say, we want to send this back to planning commission, let staff look at these requested amendments, particularly certain things, and respond to us with recommendations. Now, if staff thinks that needs to be in concert with administration, we can pull multiple levers. We can do workshops. I agree there's a lot of moving parts here. But when you see BZA giving that many variances to try to move things along, and we get folks that are bringing things up like this, that is a red flag to me that the community is really screaming for something to be done. And so if you table it, I don't think it's getting the county or city council quick enough, unless we're waiting for some sort of reaction that we don't think we're going to get from administration. If you postpone it, at least we have a quicker opportunity to get it to city council. Maybe, I don't know, if you deny it, I don't know if the applicant would rather it be denied so he can appeal it to city council and then let them deal with it and then push it back to planning commission for a work. You know, that's something I was thinking of.
I'm here in good faith. If we believe it would be productive to postpone so there could be further discussion, perhaps with the administration, to find some sort of way to either speed them along or find what common ground we can to have something that could get to council, I'm willing to entertain that. Otherwise, I think time is of the essence, and let's either go up or down. But I am willing to do 30 days to allow for consensus building.
All right. Let's keep moving along here with Commissioner Adams.
Another question. My assumption was that we are talking about all of these ordinances, not just the one that is item 15 right now. Is that correct? No, I'm seeing mixed.
You all will have to vote on each individual one, each individual item.
Okay.
I'm going to call on Deputy Policy Officer Cheryl Ball and give her a moment to speak on behalf of the city, unless there are objections.
Hi, Cheryl Ball, Deputy Policy Officer with the City of Knoxville. We have been working very diligently with the planning staff on a plan for addressing missing middle. City Council had a workshop on October the 30th, and we purposely timed a portion of our presentation to ask them their interest in moving forward with some changes so that we could gauge how aggressively we needed to move forward with our plans. And we got a lot of real interest in moving forward. And so since that time, really even before that time, since in January, we've had an internal team, and the planning staff have been a part of that, moving very diligently forward, because as you all in particular know, anytime you make a change to zoning code in one place, it has lots of implications in other places as well. And to a lot of the discussion that has happened today, we recognize the severity of our housing situation. We also recognize that we have really important character to our neighborhoods, and that our community has expectations of us to safeguard those. And those are both very important things for us to weigh. And so when you're weighing very weighty issues like this, it takes time to make sure that you have put the appropriate plan forward. I cannot commend our planning staff enough for the heavy lift that they have really done in helping us, as well as several members of our team who are sitting in various places in the back of the room. We have been working very diligently. So, the question on everyone's mind, timeline. We hope, if we can get the rest of our work done, we hope to be able to submit something for Planning Commission to look at and consider for the October meeting. That is our intent. I want to be very clear, we still have work to do. There is a lot of steps and a lot of pieces to this process that we believe are really important to do, and we're not done with our work. And we don't want to present something where we really can't answer everyone's questions. We want to be able to present something that does not leave a developer stuck between two pieces of code so that they can't move forward. That is a superbly frustrating place to be. So this is, I think, the answer that you were probably looking for. I hope that's helpful. If you do have other questions, I'm happy to take those.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second per staff recommendation on item 15, right? We're only dealing with item 15. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Let's call the roll.
I'm confused still, though, because
Okay.
So this staff recommendation is, it's in all 5 of the code amendments, and the recommendation is to follow a process to change the code, but it does not speak specifically to are we denying or approving this to go up to City Council.
If you were to vote to approve per staff's recommendation, these will not be sent up to council at this time, no.
Let's try this one more time. But we've got time, so if anybody has any questions, Commissioner Browning.
What's the quickest way to get a resolution? I mean, if we, the real tragedy here is going to be if we're all sitting here in November or December, and instead of needing 23,000 units, we're going to need 30,000 units. All right, so I'm for protecting the integrity of our neighborhoods, the city, but at the same time, there needs to be a fire lit to get something resolved. So I think my question is, if we vote yes to this, is that going to move it quicker or slower?
Mr. Chair, not to be out of line, but I think what I was saying earlier is either way we do this, if we vote yes or no, and it gets up or down, the applicant can appeal that decision to City Council, and then they can force us to do something. If we continue to table it, we'd have to take it off the table, we'd have to do things, and we can't even move on it. So if we all feel good about city administration's timeline, if we vote up or down and they appeal it to City Council, then it would show up in City Council, I'm assuming the September meeting, right before the city administration's wanting to do something, and maybe that can work in concert. I'm with Commissioner Browning here. If we table it for 60 days, maybe that gets to, it's safe for us because we are expecting the city to give something that's about the same time. But it's not going to push it up to City Council any quicker, so I don't know.
If we approve this per the motion, we've got a city on record saying they're going to have something in front of us, not at our next meeting, but the meeting right after that. It's pretty fast. I mean,
I've got one question for Ms. Ball, sorry to let you get seated there. That schedule seems pretty aggressive to me, actually, and are we going to get, can you maybe walk us through the
Sure.
public input, the community input?
I'll be happy to share what our in greater detail what our timeline is. We have been working on. I'm sorry.
Pull the mic a little bit closer, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. We have been working on this, as I mentioned, really since January, but since our last City Council workshop. So it's not like we started on this 2 weeks ago. It has started in really intensely in April. So, and it is. I will say, we all knew there was going to be a lot to it, but when you get into it, there's more to it than you even think that there's going to be. And I think even some of our more knowledgeable folks thought that as well. Our intent is to move forward with our plans, get them submitted. The city is planning to launch a website that is going to provide in greater detail some of the Q&A type questions we know that we're going to have from the community. We have been meeting consistently with stakeholders and community members throughout the last 2 to 3 months on an individual basis to multiple developers, multiple architects, multiple realtors to find out, hey, what about this looks to you like it's working, what doesn't? We intend to hold 2 community open houses in the month of September that will provide us with the opportunity to share what our plans are, hear back from the community about what their concerns are. I would share the tentative dates, but I'm afraid to because they're not locked in just yet, and my locations are not quite locked in, but we're close to being able to share that, I hope. City Council has also planned a workshop for September the 28th on this particular topic, and one of the requests from city staff for that particular date was in an attempt to try to have that prior to your October meeting, with the idea that we would love for you all to participate in that. We're also not unwilling to do a workshop on what our intent is with you all, if that is deemed appropriate by your team. And then, in theory, you all would vote in October. And we would have lots of details, I'm sure, to provide.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Hear me out on this. I don't think any of us read through this and thought, yeah, that all sounds perfect. You know, I hope we approve that. Because there are so many layers to it and there are so many complexities. And as has been mentioned, there is a need for lots of input. I think that in reality, we can all very confidently know that City Council is not going to approve this if it were sent to them after just asking for that request. However, I do think that if we recommend that this goes to City Council and, you know, that guy right there writes about it and sends it out to the but meaning if that gets, you know, as that gets discussed, that a proposition like this is going to City Council, that will be publicized and very will lead to a lot more, I think, public engagement than the current process. The current process that is making requests for public engagement. I think that by saying, hey, this is such a big deal that we are recommending that City Council look at this, I think that it will lead to a lot of conversations, and I think that that will encourage more feedback from the community, and I think that City Council meeting will probably have some very lively discussions, and it might even go really late, and I apologize for that. But I would like to hear your thoughts on that as well.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to say is that we can do several things at the same time. We know how to do hard things. I respect that the administration is working on something. When Opticos came to gave the City Council a workshop, they recommended 4 or 5 different paths. So I think this is, some pieces of this I like, some pieces of this I don't like, but I do think it deserves further discussion. It also touches on some of the paths that the administration is not working on at this time. And as I said at a City Council meeting, this is a time for all hands on deck. And it does make a difference about the time when, I don't remember who said, what is the rush? Well, the rush is the community is speaking up right now. This isn't something that's being done without the community. I think we all hear it. I get tons and tons of phone calls, so many emails with people just desperate. So if we put things off, I mean, I thought that I was going to be getting the recommendations from the city in August. That's not happening. It would be wonderful to have them in October, but every time we're trying to, I'm not saying, I don't want to move too fast and not do things right, but I want to move. And that's what I'm hoping to happen, is to have some movement so this can keep on getting discussed, be tweaked, be changed around. But if we're not, I just think the administration can do something, and as a person on council, I would like to continue having this discussion. It would really be disappointing that it just stops here. It makes me feel like Recode and being told that it's a living document isn't being actualized. Thank you for asking.
Commissioner Midas.
You know, I really appreciate this discussion. I agree with Commissioner Higgins in certain respects. I guess I feel like my role on Planning Commission is not, I'm not an advocate for the citizens of Knoxville. I am here to apply a zoning ordinance and look at what would be appropriate based on planning commissions and what is brought before me. And I just see so many issues in just what I've read regarding these recommendations that technically I feel like I can't approve this as it's written. And so I'm sticking with my initial thought to vote for staff recommendations.
Commissioner Higgins.
I do feel the same way, which is why I haven't made a motion, because it does, there are a lot of layers to this. I'm curious, is there a way to send this to City Council without it being us saying that we fully consent to these, I guess from a legal standpoint?
That, well, for one thing, from a procedural standpoint, there is still, I'll remind everyone, a motion and a second that needs to be, it was on the precipice of being voted upon, and then we sort of walked it back. So for the clarity of the record, we do need to go ahead and, in my view, when you are ready, we need to call that question and let's have the vote. That doesn't mean we can't continue additional discussion. And then, of course, like any applicant who comes before you, then there are next levels of review based on whatever action you take. So if there is a denial, for instance, then the applicant would have an ability to seek an appeal. So that, if that answers your question, Commissioner Higgins.
Is the current motion one of denial?
It would be one that it would be accepting staff's recommendation, which in essence is, in fact, an alteration or denial, if you will, of the application. In my view, it would be something that would be capable of being appealed if that's what the applicant elected to do.
Okay.
If I may add, the recommendation is more of the same. It's not taking any position. It's kicking this can to some other body or some other time, somewhere down the road. I mean, at some point, we need leadership. We need somebody to take a stand.
Mr. Marlowe, at some point in time, I got to start adhering to the procedural, or take leadership. Okay. Y'all need a moment to think about this? All right. So we have a motion and a second. Everybody remember that? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We've got, let's do a roll call.
Very good. Commissioner Uten?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer? Commissioner Huber?
Aye.
Commissioner Scelzo?
Aye.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Browning?
No.
Commissioner Higgins?
Aye.
Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Biggs?
Aye.
Commissioner Barger? Commissioner Adams?
Aye.
Commissioner Midas?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
We have 11 aye and 2 no.
All right. So we need to do 16. All right. So we're going to do this 3 more times. Item number 16 is the applicant. Well, we discussed them all together, right? Is that, we didn't? Okay. Bear with me just a second. Four more. Okay. All right. So item 16
Just as a matter of clarification, what just happened?
So we're going, we went with staff recommendation. If you wanted to send this, if you wanted to get this to council, you would need to appeal it. That was for
Okay.
item 15. Now we're on to item 16, and we'll soon hopefully be to 17, 18, and 19. So, item 16. Mr. Marlowe, would you like to say anything about item 16?
I'll yield my time to whomever else may want to speak.
Okay. Commission? Chair will entertain a motion. Okay, we've got Vice Chair Uten making a motion to approve per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. On to item 17. Mr. Marlowe, would you like to speak on behalf of 17?
Same old, same old. I think we need to see some leadership. I have people that would like to speak. Can they speak?
They were signed up. We have Mr. Durham that, is that right? Yeah, Mr. Durham that was signed up.
Should have had 2 people for the last one, too.
Okay. Well, let's see. We're on 16. Harper. Okay, we've got Drew Harper and Anna Parmley that signed up as well.
Hi, my name is Anna Parmley, and I live at 3810 Sevierville Pike. I have a degree in economics from UT, so that is the background that I'm coming from. I was originally signed up to speak about item 16, but I think it also applies to all of the proposed amendments. We are in a housing crisis. As we've already discussed, Knoxville is like in the top 5 to 10 for rental and housing cost increase in the nation. And I just want to say there's a lot of added costs with time and with money for our local developers, and I think we need to give more freedom to them to build what the market needs. The community input is that people can't afford to buy a house or rent an apartment. And if we don't let developers provide that service to people, then what are we doing? So I would just say that developers are also working diligently at great cost to themselves, and we need to respect that. And being stuck between 2 codes is certainly a negative, but it's just hard to condone denying housing and more development to our citizens just because it will take a little extra work. Thank you.
Thank you. Drew Harper.
Hi, my name is Drew Harper. I'm from 4318 Washington Pike, number 101, and this comment is about item 16, which I think was already voted on, which I would say, I hope that we are able to...
Sir, I'm sorry. Now, item 16, we need to comment on item 17 if we're going to comment.
16 is what I was signed up for.
Yeah. Well, we already voted on 16.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not sure I was prepared for 17. It is the
If you'll be brief, go ahead and make your comment.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say that, so 16 was about setbacks, and I think it is important to discuss them all because they are about different things. So I just wanted to talk about the safety of decreasing setbacks and the fact it's a little bit counterintuitive, but we know from studies and things that building buildings closer to the road is actually safer than building them far away from the road. That's what 16 was about. I think about Alcoa Highway and Chapman Highway being some of the most dangerous roads in our city, as opposed to like Central Avenue near Happy Holler and Market Square, where there are not a lot of traffic accidents and serious injuries and deaths, which is important to me. I totaled my car on Alcoa Highway last year. It was like very bad, and so just wanted to bring up the safety aspect on the setbacks issue, and that's all.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, I am signed up for this one.
Yeah.
So 2 minutes, I'll be brief. Okay, it's me again, hi. First, I guess a procedural comment. We've talked about getting community input, so maybe make sure the people who are signed up to speak get to speak before you vote, okay? So I support the removal of the ownership requirement for a plot of land in which there is an ADU. This requirement artificially stifles potential development of smaller affordable housing, especially in our historic and walkable neighborhoods where many locals already rent out homes but would like to build an ADU as well. While I understand the desire to have people in our communities that are rooted there, I would like to remind everyone that equating home ownership with a concept such as rootedness is dangerous and unfair. Many renters like myself are in the same home for multiple years, and owning a house does not guarantee you are in a community for longer, as homes can obviously be sold. Per city staff's comments, getting rid of the owner occupancy requirement would be nearly impossible to enforce, which begs the question, why even have the requirement to begin with? I support the removal of lot size minimums for ADUs, as well as a reevaluation of minimum lot sizes in general. Removing this requirement for ADUs would begin to allow ADUs in smaller parcels on other types of land in regards to potential stormwater issues. There are numerous ways to mitigate this in the future, and it should not preclude us from adding to our housing stock. I support the decrease of minimum setbacks for ADUs with obvious exceptions given for utility needs. My understanding of the subdivision requirements is that a subdivision is a new development of 6 or more homes, so allowing a decrease in this setback in our existing walkable neighborhoods should not be an issue. And I support the removal of maximum ADU gross floor area requirements, the increase in the ADU to primary dwelling unit ratio, and the doubling of ADU height limits. While this may require a change in the written definition of what an ADU is, there is no logical reason why an extra dwelling unit must be the size it's currently defined as. Especially in regards to the ratio limits compared to a primary structure, 50% makes more sense than 40%, as an ADU is in essence a mini house. There is no difference in a large ADU being built and in addition to a home of the same size. The general scale of an ADU should be treated as a natural and physical extension of the primary unit, even if there is no actual physical connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. All right. Let's go with Commissioner Midas.
So I've actually, there was a lot of discussion regarding ADUs in Recode, and just in case you don't know, our ADUs are by a right in all residential districts, and I've been very surprised that, from what I understand, there hasn't been a lot of applications or permits filed for ADUs. I think that this does need to be looked at. I think there's a lot of really good points that were made in this amendment. The owner occupancy is one, but I guess I would like to see, again, needing more input, what has been the real barriers for unwillingness to build ADUs on properties, because I think it's a real opportunity for many families and people who are crunched for money to be able to afford a house, buy a house, and rent out a unit.
In my experience, it's been the owner-occupied and the lot size that has prevented ADUs from being constructed. And on this one, I have a question. If you guys were to vote to approve this, that would get it to council and save me the appeal fees, just as a matter of practicality, because everything this cost me will ultimately up my housing costs.
Mr. Marlowe, once we bring it to commission, we need to keep it right here, commission, for now, unless you're addressed, okay? Thank you. Let's see. Let's go to Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the things that were suggested and proposed in this, except for I think number 9. I think it could go without number 9, but I think to Mr. Marlowe's point, there are these limitations probably are some of the things that have prohibited people from pursuing more ADUs, and I think that it's important to keep in mind, and I hesitate to say this because I know that housing crisis and shortage, those are buzzwords that get used a lot, but what I want to just point out is the people who are most affected by the rising rates and the limited supply are the people that are, are not the people who have owned their homes for multiple years and or have already have that set aside. It's the people who are looking for housing. It's the people who are living with friends and family, living out of their cars until something shows up. And the more options we have, the economics prove this. This is it has been proven many times. The more options for housing you have in a community, the lower the housing costs will be, because by limiting the number of dwelling units you can have, you've set a cap on the market. You've set a maximum amount of supply, but you're not controlling the demand. And so I do think that lowering barriers for ADUs, I mean, it was very, very heavily discussed during Recode. And I think that the fact that we landed in a position where it is open for any residential neighborhood except for EN, I think is really telling of the intention for ADUs. So I think that when we're looking at from since then to now, the fact that there haven't been an overwhelming number of ADUs and people haven't turned their neighborhoods into just overrun, high-density neighborhoods with all these extra ADUs, like it was feared might happen. I think that it is worth looking at maybe some changes to this. And so I want to actually go ahead and make a motion that we do approve this as it was requested and send this on to council. Thank you.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I could second it if maybe I have a problem with number 7.
I have written up and printed a version of this that's been tweaked to be proposed, if anyone wants to entertain looking at that.
Well,
I'd amend my...
I didn't hear what Nathaniel said.
Commissioner Shelshow has typed up a proposal to be considered by commission for this item.
For this one?
Yeah, so if Logan might be open to a friendly amendment, then
I might.
What this does is it
May I see a copy of that, please?
It keeps a few things in the code as is. It keeps the parking requirement. It keeps the 10-foot rear setback, and it keeps the height limitation. So compared to Mr. Marlowe's proposal, it eliminates number 9, and it goes to 50% gross floor area. It eliminates the sort of tiered gross floor area requirement. In reading the staff report of engineering's concern of like the lot coverage, to me it seems that the ADU would still be considered in total impervious lot coverage areas. So if you have a super small lot, a 3,000 square foot lot and a 1,000 square foot house, or, well, I'm not going to do all this math in my head right now, but that limitation of the impervious lot coverage is still in place. But I think that it eliminates, as Mr. Marlowe's proposal does, the owner occupancy requirement as well.
Commissioner Shelshow, would you be interested in keeping item 7? I guess it's 7 or 9. In no case may an ADU exceed 50% of the primary, go back to 40.
I think 50 is perfectly sufficient as well.
Well, it's not I mean, it doesn't seem like it's an accessory dwelling unit if it's the same.
It'd be half.
Size.
It could go up to half the size of the main.
Go up to 50% of the primary, okay, wait, maybe I'm reading this. 50% of the primary dwelling floor area. So if it's 1,000 square feet, it could be 500. Okay, all right. I think I misread it. I'm all right.
And this still keeps the maximum, it can't go more than 2 bedrooms. So you can't build a 8-bedroom ADU and call it an ADU. So I would, if I may, I think withdraw my motion and allow a fellow commissioner to make a motion, because it seems like we would need to read these modifications into the record, and I don't want that on my shoulders. So I will withdraw.
Okay. So I make the motion to approve the code amendment as presented with the following modifications. Keeping the parking requirement, keeping the 10-foot rear setback, eliminating the 18-foot height limit as proposed in the code amendment. And then was there another change from maintaining the 1 parking spot requirement? And
I will second that.
Okay, so are we, Commissioner Shelso, can we refer to this as the, okay. Okay, so the motion is per this item submitted by Commissioner Shelso as the modifications to the amendment. And we have that motion. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Higgins, and we've got more discussion. Commissioner Adams.
Now I know why you didn't table 17. And I, for the same reason that I supported the motion before, I am very uncomfortable trying to quickly modify this. I very much appreciate your good efforts in making the ordinance request better reflect what changes, could help our circumstances. But I don't see how making this one edit and moving it forward to council helps really in the larger picture of what we're trying to accomplish. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
Commissioner Biggs.
Maybe an ignorant question, but on the striking of the...
Commissioner Biggs, if you'll pull your microphone up.
Sorry, maybe an ignorant question, but on for number 2, striking the owner occupancy requirement, is there anything in the current code that prohibits or that requires owner occupancy for short-term rentals? Having previously lived in Nashville, I know that was a concern where there was no owner occupancy requirements. You had entire neighborhoods becoming essentially Airbnb neighborhoods where they had ADUs and primary dwelling units being rented out as short-term rental units, and that could be an unintended consequence. So just curious if that's been considered as part of this.
Director Brooks, you want to address that?
Remember exactly what I believe it's in the RN1 and RN1 and RN2. I have to look. It's
I think it's only commercially zoned areas can have non-owner occupied
Yeah, that's correct.
short-term rentals.
Yes.
So any residential zone has to be owner occupied.
Owner occupied. I want to double check just to make.
I believe that's right.
And I can attest, not through my own actions, but due to a mix-up with some records, that the city does check that and does send notices of violation if the people are violating those. So I do trust that system. Again, not that I was doing the violation.
Mr. Marlowe, are you okay with this?
It's better than nothing. I'm not married to the 30-foot height requirement, but I have personal experience working through, in fact, we're in front of Historic Zoning Commission next week or so. 18 feet is a bit difficult with somebody that's wanting to have a garage with an apartment above it. In this instance, he really needs a 10-foot ceiling height in his garage to suspend kayaks and canoes over the vehicles. And then that makes the ceiling height above a little bit challenging without adding dormers on both sides. And really, we think the dormers are not characteristic of his main house in historic old Mechanicsville. But we're moving forward because that is the only way for him to get the ADU above his garage as under current regulations. I'm flexible. I just arbitrarily picked 30 feet. After reading staff comments and the thing that was, I think, added to your packet shortly before the meeting, I proposed coming down to 25, 24 feet would accomplish, I think, the goals and still keep it well below the primary structure. Just remember that when we're talking about a dwelling unit, you've got minimum ceiling heights as required by the IRC.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to just address a few things because I didn't really speak too much after submitting this, but I thought that these changes kept the ADU section more in line with the intent of what they were, the conditions of which they were sort of implemented. And really the big change for me is it's the non-owner occupied requirement is the biggest change here to be able to build one. So we haven't seen many in our city. And I think the big fear that was added in was we're going to have all these absent landlords start constructing all of these ADUs in the backyards. And so that's why I think it was initially put in. And given how we haven't seen too many people who live here try to do that, because the average, the homeownership rate in Knoxville is about 50% or so. So if we allow the other 50% of homes to potentially add ADUs, maybe we'll see even just I'd say even if 25% of the homes in Knoxville decided to try and do an ADU over the next 10 years, fine, let's let it loose, let's build some ADUs, but keep it to the code that it was sort of intended, as opposed to allow, taller buildings or sort of duplicate houses. So that's kind of the idea I had when coming up with this revision.
Okay, let's see, more lights here. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on, I thought Commissioner Biggs made a good comment. I feel like the difference with this is that you're going to have in some cases, you may have two long-term renters living there as opposed to short-term renters that come and go, and no one's keeping an eye on what happens with that property. And so I think that was the real concern with short-term rentals, is that you wouldn't have someone on site kind of keep an eye on what's going on with that property. Whereas this long-term renters, I think, are just much more engaged in endearing to the community. They get to know their neighbors, they're part of the community as opposed to a short-term rental. And then regarding Commissioner Adams' comments, I understand where you're coming from. Part of the reason why I support this is I do think that the community had a lot of input on ADUs, especially when it came to recode. And Commissioner Schultz is right. We've kind of tested the water, and it hasn't been an impact. I mean, at that point, we didn't have any kind of ADU or any kind of duplex allowed. It was very restrictive the way the previous zoning code was. And we've tested the waters, and I think that the community's ready to go ahead and, see what happens. And at least send it to council and see what they think.
Commissioner Higgins.
Just a question of clarification. There was mention of the maximum height, and I'm not seeing where that is.
So Mr. Marla's proposal has one. I've removed that back to not having it, which defaults back to the accessory structure code of 18 feet. So it's not directly addressed under ADUs, it goes under the accessory structures.
Commissioner Biggs.
Is there any concern that with without the owner occupancy requirement, the highest and best use for any single-family home then becomes a dual rental, like detached multifamily property? And does that potentially eliminate the opportunity for home ownership for a lot of people, given that the highest and best use would become a dual rental property? I'm not studied on this. It just occurs to me that that could be an outcome.
May I answer from the field?
You know, we're going to be here all night anyway. What's another couple of minutes? So go ahead, Mr. Marlowe.
So this is practically unenforceable. As I've talked to Peter Aarons, I'm going down an entire block face on Callaway Avenue, or Callaway Street Avenue. I think it's Avenue. And I can save the historic structure, get a CO. I can go down to the DMV. I can give them that address, have a new license printed, run into planning, or run into plans review inspections, pull the permit for the ADU as owner occupied on a Monday. Run back down to the DMV on Tuesday, move to the house literally next door, come back to Peter's office, pull a permit to do an ADU next door. He will not and cannot invalidate the permit he issued the day before. And I can go all the way down the block. Issue number one. Issue number two, nothing prevents anyone, and this is happening throughout the city. I've been hired by neighbors to build these. I know other people that are building them. There are unregulated, unpermitted, and unaccounted for and untaxed ADUs popping up all over the city. They're in the form of a detached garage. Detached garages can have bathrooms. They can have showers. They can have everything except a stove. A stove is what is significant under the IRC. So what happens is you put a 50 amp plug in the wall, and when asked, it's a garage. That's for a welder. The moment you get your CO, your welder comes out of that building and a stove is delivered. I think that we should err on the side of regulating these, ensuring safety and proper construction techniques and proper taxation.
Commissioner Higgins.
He said it for me. I was going to respond to that, but I do think that there are workarounds to things like that. If that were the case, then I think we would have already seen more of that. And I also, I've seen instances where people have attempted successfully or unsuccessfully to do so, create their own ADU attached or detached, and when unregulated, I mean, that's why we have building codes. And so I think this does open make it easier for us to make sure that when these are done, that they are legal and are built in such a way that it is considering the users and the safety. So.
Is there any concern about the parking requirement? The one parking requirement?
Yeah, it was removed. It's removed.
Yeah. No, I know. I mean, it's requiring one.
Yeah, I just left that alone. I mean, if council wants to eliminate that, they can do that when this gets to them.
Okay.
I figured it might be easier to kind of start smaller. The non-owner occupy or the owner occupancy requirement, I think, is the biggest thing.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We all know what we're voting on? Shake your head no if you don't. Okay. All right, good. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item 18. The applicant present. Would you like to comment?
Can we scroll down? Which one was 8? What is 18? What's happening?
And then
in
we've
this
got a
one?
couple to speak on in favor.
Okay, yeah, this is straight out of Missing Middle about getting rid of parking requirements. I left the dwelling above the ground floor alone because my methodology was to only try to mess with what I understood, what I deal with in my day-to-day business, and didn't want to create more problems, so I left that alone. I see that staff had some questions about why it got left alone. That's why. And I'll yield the rest of my time to whoever else is signed up to speak.
All right. Mr. Durham and Ms. Parmley.
Do you need me to repeat my address and name for this portion?
And just so,
Thank you, we have it.
if others want to take a break, we're going to take about a 10-minute break after number 19 if you want to be in advance of that. So,
Okay. My name is Anna Parmley. Again, I live at 3810 Sevierville Pike. I support, also just additionally, I know a lot of people are here, and like you said, we might be here all night, but I do appreciate you guys letting me give some community feedback. So I just want to say that I support the setback and parking amendments. The positives that I see, first of all, it does not ban parking. Parking is still able to be built by the developer. It does consider street parking. It considers proximity to transit, which I think is really important. But ultimately, it makes projects more economically feasible for our developers, and I think that's really important because if they're not, those costs get passed back on to people trying to buy homes and people trying to rent. The negatives, if you deny the amendment, I think, again, setbacks are a hindrance to development, and parking mandates are costly, and that gets passed on to the consumer, and I think that's an issue. Thank you.
thank you.
Hi for the third time. Dustin Durham, again, if you need the address, it is 1422 Cornelius Street, apartment 2, zip code is 37917. I am speaking in support of this amendment. Most of this amendment deals with required parking spaces, and any effort to reduce parking mandates should be welcomed with open arms. Parking mandates, specifically off-street parking minimums, are a scourge on cities based on nothing more than arbitrary figures which differ from town to town. Requiring the construction of off-street parking spaces only increases the cost of development, which often results, as Anna said, in apartments and homes being more expensive or potential new businesses not opening due to the insane amount of land we require for parked vehicles. The most common sense and simple thing to do would be to follow in the footsteps of cities like Fayetteville, Arkansas, or even Jackson, Tennessee, and remove all parking minimum requirements citywide. This is one area where the market and local developers know best and should have the full freedom to decide how much parking to add. Many do not realize that by removing the mandate for parking, more corridors and streets can become walkable enough to then allow transit to better function. Requiring even minor parking lots beside, behind, or in front of buildings makes a landscape far more dangerous to pedestrians and honestly far too depressing and ugly to even attempt to walk. Compare, for example, the experience of walking down Gay Street to walking on the sidewalk literally anywhere on Kingston Pike in Bearden or Broadway in Fountain City. For transit to function best, we must allow cities to develop without requiring cars to dominate everything. At minimum, parking requirements along all of our transit corridors should be removed within 1/4 to 1/2 of a mile from them, regardless of the frequency of bus service. Allowing these corridors to densify will provide the needed population boost and tax revenue to increase the CAT budget in the future, and therefore increase frequency on all of our routes, which would benefit the entire city. If you end parking requirements, you can watch transit and the local economy begin to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. This was an item that I asked about specifically at agenda review. So for the two persons that spoke in support of this, I want you to know the parking issue is something that I was very keen to. Completely agree. That is why I asked, City, are you including this parking component in your review? Because I think it's very important. And the answer was yes. So that is why I am going to make a motion now that we accept staff's recommendation for item 18. And hopefully I will get a second.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Midas to follow the recommendations of staff. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I agree. I think that there's a lot of merit in reducing parking requirements, and I think that I've well, I know that I've looked at cases and cities that have done so to the success of the economy and community. So I think that the one thing that I would say in regards to this is really a request to staff, and I meant to say this with the first of these that we spoke about, but I think it would be really, really helpful, and I don't know how best to execute this, but as staff puts together these recommendations and looks at this, looking at precedents of cities that maybe similar size as our own, plus or minus, and cities that have done the thing that is being recommended versus cities that have more extreme opposite, conditions and requirements, ordinances to those conditions. I think that would be really helpful for us to look at and see how how that has been, what the responses have been in those other planning districts and cities. So that would be my only request with this, would be that we get to see, because I'm sure that you all will look at that in your process, but I would like for us to be able to see that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I see no other lights. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 19. The applicant is once again present. Would you like to make any comments, Mr. Morrow?
Sure. So this one seems pretty straightforward. We just had out of the Matrix Solutions and Developers Roundtable stuff, it led to an ordinance change that's in the packet I provided right before the meeting that addressed something similar that required double platting for stormwater issues, and they eliminated that, and the final plat only has to come to get your CO. I think this similar type thing could apply to landscaping so we can get more projects shovel ready. And then I think responding to the analysis, I suspect the 30% was somewhat arbitrary. My 70% suggestion is arbitrary. I think we need to be mindful of small lots and trying to make them more usable. I could compromise anywhere between there, and I would like that you would send this up to council so I don't have to pay yet another appeal fee. Let council have the public debate and workshops or whatever they do with it. They're very likely to send it right back to you. So just be mindful of how the costs are piling up here for me, please, because I have to pass them along to renters. Thank you.
All right, let's see, who we got to speak on this one? We're on 19 now. Mr. Harper?
Hi, my name is Drew Harper. I'm at 4318 Washington Pike, number 101. That's Knoxville 37917, and I am here to speak in support of this proposed amendment to the zoning code. This one is about removing or reducing landscape buffer yards. I had to deal with this personally in the building that I renovated, but also I have a mental health background. I've worked in mental health and addiction for the past 9 years, and at that, one of those times I was able to meet the Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, who's also the Surgeon General today. He's identified that we have a loneliness crisis. We also know we have a mental health crisis, especially a teen mental health crisis. We know that we have a friendship crisis. These are all documented things going up. And that's actually kind of what got me interested in things like this, because we build an environment that cuts people off from each other. Like I said, I live on Washington Pike, and I've seen physically many examples where the landscape buffer, whether it's a fence or vegetation, I mean, you can like see your neighbor's house, but you cannot walk there. So we create neighborhoods where people can't walk, they don't run into each other spontaneously, and all of these things are whittling away at our collective mental health. I mean, there's just walking alone is good for mental health. So that's where I wanted to bring that to your attention. Also, In response to talking about community stakeholders, I just wanted to bring up that I would encourage you to also think about future stakeholders, not just current community stakeholders, but people that might move here or people that are your children or grandchildren that might turn 18 and want to keep living here, people that might immigrate here. There's more to think about than just the people who already live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
I've had a lot of direct experience with the buffer yards, and I think there are some issues with the way this is written. I'm not sure if this, because I'm actually having a hard time fully understanding what the recommendation here is, but I think there was one example that we all saw a couple years ago, those of us that were here, in Bearden, where there was a rezoning on I think it was a 50-foot wide lot, and the reason they were rezoning was because, if I remember this correctly, that the buffer yard requirement required that they have a 20-foot buffer yard between themselves and the neighboring property. But they were a 50-foot wide lot, which narrowed their buildable space down to 30 feet. And it wasn't that it was, a gas station next to a single-family house. It was an office next to an office. But because of the way this was written, they actually were, it was easier or more feasible for them to pursue a rezoning than it was to actually build a buffer yard of smaller buffer yard. So, and again, I may be recalling the details of that a little incorrectly, but I do remember that being a big part of it. And that is, in essence, what I've seen is there's in 12.2, there's a requirement, non-residential district abuts a residential district. You can, well, shoot, we've got a project right now that we're working on that's townhouses zoned office abutting condos zoned RN, and the requirement is for a 20-foot buffer yard for that. And it's landscaping is very good, but there are, I think, considerations of scenarios like that where you actually may have the same uses even though the zonings are different. Now, caveat, if something like this were to change, that project is already in place, so my support of modifications of this has nothing to do with that, but I do think that there's improvements with this. To the actual item before us, I don't quite understand, Mr. Marlowe, what the recommendation is for the modification to table 12.2. Could you clarify on that?
I'd have to see table 12.2 to refresh my recollection, but I'm thinking this is arising out of a rezone request that I'd brought forward last year, 50-foot deep lot, 148 feet long or so, that I wanted CN and got CN for the purposes of being able to do 7 townhomes on. This buffer yard, I'll have to get a BZA variance because simply to get the depth of the building with the 50 feet and then the 20-foot buffer zone like you're talking about, and I don't think I can put a driveway in that buffer zone, creates a problem. In my case, I'm envisioning grade change, retaining wall, and then put a solid fence above it, and the 30% as allowed now seems somewhat arbitrary and doesn't allow much more use of the space. I just picked 70. I can come down on that. And then kind of the table, if you're using CN to use townhomes to up density, why do we even need the buffer yard when it's residential versus residential? There, it's kind of a driveway, just like your neighbor could have a driveway at a 0 lot line. If it's RN2, why does the rule change if the driveway is serving a CN zone piece of paper? I mean, a CN zone parcel, because to me, that's nothing more than a color on a map. Like, the practical effect is we got a building that people live in. I think that this whole issue surrounds, and we need to prioritize people living in houses, not in travel trailers, vans, and under bridges.
So I don't believe that this is in the scope of what City Council recently requested to be reviewed. And so I do think that pushing this into a process that would have us taking a closer look at it would be very beneficial. So I'll let someone else speak for a minute, but I do think that I would like to send this to City Council. I think that I would want to make some modifications to it beforehand, but I would also like to hear what other commissioners have.
Commissioner Shelso.
I agree that when it's residential next to residential, it makes sense to have lower buffer yards. But the way that this is currently written, it seems that this would apply to if commercial were next to residentials, correct? And so I did not spend the time to write up an alternative code for this amendment. Maybe since you know so much about it, Logan, if we postponed it, you could. So
I would like to have that opportunity.
Yeah, I make a motion to postpone for 30 days.
We got a motion to postpone for 30 days.
Second.
And a second. Okay, so motion by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Let's take a 10, 12 minute, how about a 12-minute break?
Main Street here for the applicant Timothy Neal.
Do we have opposition? We do have opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll defer, please. Thank you.
Okay. The opposition like to speak?
Hello, my name is Wendell Chittum. Address is 117 Neal's Landing Road, Knoxville, Tennessee 37924. Oppose this today because my property is being flooded now. The new development, as you can scan up 203, right there, 203 all the way up to 227, 243, in that range right there. All of that land right there, the grade was raised 15 feet. They took dirt from the left side of the creek, put it to the right side of the creek. That was a flood zone. Nobody really realized that, but it was a flood zone. That being said, once that happened, all the water that used to go there backed up into my yard. So as of right now, down by the creek, last night, it was probably 7 feet deep. It's like a lake. So my concern is if this land is developed, the land will become impervious to rainfall. It's going to run into the creek, further flooding my property. So, a good decision needs to be made here. And, eventually we get 5-6 inches of rain around here like we usually do, my house is going to be flooded. And that's right now. So I'll just leave it up to you guys. But I appreciate your time. Hope you make a good decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I do appreciate Mr. Chittum's concerns. I did look at the YouTube videos and the pictures he had, and he certainly does have a flooding problem, and I can certainly appreciate why he would be concerned about additional development in the area, but we can't control what runoff may be coming from the property upstream. Right now, the property is zoned PR 12 dwelling units an acre, and any residential development in that regard would also, I'm sure, raise the same concerns that we would have for the commercial zoning that we're seeking here today. But what we do know is that, this zoning is consistent with the adjacent CA zone. It's consistent with the sector plan that's in place now. It's consistent with the growth policy plan. It's in the urban growth area. I mean, this highway is, this corridor, this entire corridor is a mixed-use corridor with the general development trend being commercial, Nashville Highway, and residential off of the side streets. And, this is just going to help kind of continue out this zone split. It's owned by the same property owner. It's going to kind of finish out that commercial zoning and allow more meaningful commercial zone there, commercial development in that area. And, when we get to the point where we're developing it, we'll have to have our engineers, do a stormwater study. They're going to have to work with Jim and Steve over here and his crew to make sure that the post-flow developments are, equal to or less than. It certainly can't exceed what's there now. Now, we can't necessarily make Mr. Chittum's issue better, but they're not going to let us build if we're going to make it worse. And that's really what we're looking at here. So staff has recommended approval. This is basically a small commercial node, and it meets all the long-range planning. So I would respectfully request that you approve per staff's recommendation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, Mr. Snowden, addressing Mr. Chittum there, is there, the elevation that got changed, can you comment on that?
Yes, the lots back there did get filled. This is not a mapped FEMA flood zone though, so that there was no restrictions upon them placing that fill. We did ask this developer of the Nils Landing to verify that the water they were adding would not flood any houses, and we will ask whoever develops this land to do the same, to do a study to prove to us that it won't cause any additional flooding.
But at what point is he getting flooded?
I don't believe his structure's ever flooded, but his backyard floods up close to his house.
Okay. All right. Commission? Okay. Vice Chair Uten.
Thank you, Chair. Because of the comments that the county just said, and I would agree with the applicant that, if this was zoned agricultural, if there wasn't commercial in front of it, that the sector plan would support, I could see maybe a point. But at 12 per the acre, that's going to be just as intense as anything else, and that CA probably is going to give a little more depth to make a better commercial development instead of just kind of fragmented small depths off of Asheville Highway. So I would make a recommendation that we approve CA per staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve per staff recommendation by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Huber. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 24. Applicant CMH Homes, Inc. Location, southeast side of Tipton Station Road, east of Saddlegate Road, west of Cothey Road. Approximate size of tract, 20.67 acres. Present zoning agricultural. Zoning requested plan residential. Existing land use agricultural, forestry, vacant land, and single-family residential. Density proposed up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation, approve the PR zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it is compatible with surrounding development and supported by close proximity to community facilities. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Any opposition? We do have opposition. Let's see, we have Spencer Proctor and Patricia Hooper. And is it Sherry or Sherry? Cherie Jacqua. Is that right? Did I say it? Okay. Would you like to proceed or?
I'll defer, please. Thank you.
Okay, all right. What's that?
My name's Spencer Proctor. I live at 2122 Tipton Station Road, the 2 acres there right behind the proposed development. And first of all, thank you all for your time. I know this is a long meeting so far, so I appreciate your attention to these matters and our city and county. as we built there, you can imagine that the initial opposition came from a desire from a homeowner to not have 65 homes, as Clayton has proposed, in front of my house. And then as I dug deeper into the research, I actually decided to dig my heels in a little bit deeper because the research I'm doing doesn't support this development for a lot of reasons, and it's not simply that I don't want houses there. So first of all, I want to acknowledge that growth, as we've seen throughout this entire meeting, growth is necessary. It's a needed thing in our city. We're underhoused. I understand that completely, and I empathize with the difficulty that you guys have of dictating that. That's tough. But in this specific instance, I believe that being between two school zones of the high school and Bonnie Kate Elementary really creates a lot of significant issues. So for instance, per Tennessee Department of Transportation and coupling that with the staff report, there would be a 36% traffic increase with these 65 homes or this approval, along with the 33 that you see there above it that is later in this meeting, I believe, already approved, and it's in the site plan stage. So 33 homes are already going in above us. This one is going to be another at least 65 up to 103, I believe, and that creates a 36% traffic increase on a 2-lane road, and the only exit from that neighborhood would be through a school zone. You cannot avoid a school zone exiting that neighborhood no matter which direction or how you go. No side streets, nothing. Through the morning, and I thought of going and videoing, but you can imagine that close, about a half a mile apart, we have schools, so the traffic is already horrible right there. So that's probably the main reason. In addition to that, if you look through even the staff report, again, I appreciate that they look at the surrounding area. It aligns with the growth plan in the South County sector plan. It aligns with the density of other neighborhoods there. So I again empathize with that decision. However, that sector plan also prescribed in 2012 when it was written a 5-year plan and 15-year plan with a lot of check boxes of things that would be developed in an infrastructure around us. Greenways, I think there was about 5 greenways that were supposed to have been done within the 15-year plan. We're 4 years from that 15-year plan having expired, and no ground has been broken on those. After conversations with the school zone or the school board, Bonnie Kate Elementary is almost at capacity as it sits. And I know that they are already looking for a South County, Knox County solution to fix the schooling issues, and that's as it sits. So if we add children, now again, the staff report says that approximately 22 children for this one, and then I can't remember the number of the other one, 33 homes, but I think that number is based on average per house that's added, this many kids per house that we build in the area. I think that's going to be elevated in between school zones, because typically if you're going to purchase a home in such a school-heavy area, a kid-friendly area, I think that average is going to go up. So we're adding more kids, and then you start to get into the conversation of transportation and safety. That around every school, as you probably know, there's a 1-mile buffer zone that is the parent responsibility zone. So there are no buses, which means that the sidewalks that we do have, which it's great to have, but those will be traversed by increasing number of students, 36% more traffic, thus more danger. So after seeing the zoning sign go up, you can see, yeah, thank you for that. If you go to the right, so the school is right there, and you scan back the other direction, you'll see the farmhouse that is in question, the blue house and the farmhouse. And since that sector plan of 2012, there have been a handful of neighborhoods, hundreds and hundreds of homes already added, and none of the rest of the sector plan for our county beyond sewer that has been added. And then Alcoa Highway is obviously under construction for all of our lifetime. So that's happening, and we appreciate the work there. But in our specific zone, between these school zones, nothing has been done to improve the infrastructure. The schools cannot handle that many more children, and there are plans for a new Hopewell school that are going to be 1,000 students per Christie on the school board. However, ground has not been broken. They don't even know for sure where that will be located. Also in the sector plan was a community center that was going to be for the benefit of our community with
Mr.
fields.
Proctor, you're out of time. We've got, how many others do we have to speak? We've got two others to speak.
Okay.
And Commission, how do you want to handle this? You want to give each of them 3 minutes? Okay. Please be aware when we have multiple speakers, try to share time as best you can. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Hooper. I own property at 2130 Tipton Station and 2128. I am opposed to rezoning of the Lovelace property. I agree with the objections voiced in person recently at the Stock Creek Homeowners Association and the objections detailed on the public comments section of the Planning Commission website. This is an immensely complicated issue for this entire community. I come here today as one individual landowner to focus on one specific aspect of this proposal. I hold an enforceable joint permanent right-of-way easement that protects my physical and utility access to my property and which I share with Rosemary Lovelace through her property. My house is located on 0.6 of a mile off of Tipton Station at the end of Gravel Road. This gravel road is where the joint permanent right-of-way easement runs. 3 other landowners access their property and have utilities along this same easement. I have learned with recent professional research assistance in examining my property deeds and previous deeds that this particular easement attached to my current deed has been in effect since 1916. It has been conveyed as a right-of-way access easement continuously since 1916. I'm very concerned about what will happen with my property access and utilities if this property is developed by CMH. My understanding is that this easement is permanent and cannot be removed by any other action except an eminent domain action from a governmental entity. I cannot be denied my right to use this easement. Neither can my neighbors. No one from CMH has attempted to contact me about this crucial legal access to my property. Maybe CMH thinks this will just sort of work itself out after they take possession of the property. Contacting me and the 3 other property owners directly affected by this proposal would have certainly been a conciliatory action from CMH at the outset before the rezoning signs went up. The Planning Commission has mentioned my easement in their report under the section referencing the Knox County Zoning Ordinance, Article 6.30.01. The following conditions must be met for all rezonings, must meet all of these. And I quote, "The proposed amendment shall not adversely affect any other part of the county, nor shall any direct or indirect adverse effects result from such amendment." Paragraph 2. It is continuing to quote from the planning, "It is noteworthy that a joint permanent right-of-way easement runs through the subject property, providing 5 parcels to the south with access to Tipton Station Road. This is an important consideration that would be incorporated into the development plan review process, providing additional assurance that the easement be maintained and improved upon as needed." I'm glad to see this section in the Planning Commission staff report. It does acknowledge that an easement runs through the Lovelace property and that it is an important consideration. I think that is quite an understatement. I believe this is a crucial and legal matter for the CMH group to address, not just an important consideration. I'm almost done. I have questions that need to be answered. The phrasing from the Planning Commission that the development plan review process would provide additional assurance that the easement be maintained and improved upon as needed is, in my opinion, an easy generic placeholder in this proposal. This does not address the certain upheaval that would occur in construction of this development and the interruption of access and utility service to my property. I am not here just to say I don't want to be inconvenienced. Rumors abound in situations like this. I've been told that CMH said that the easement road might have to be relocated.
Ms. Hooper, we need to wrap up, please.
I'm almost done. That would mean resurveying where the road is and drawing up new deeds for all affected landowners to guarantee continued joint permanent right-of-way of easement. So, this easement is as important to me in infrastructure as it is with all the remaining concerns that have been addressed relating to traffic safety, flooding, demands on schools, and that. So I do bring my concern to the hearing today as it appears that the overall impact of this rezoning and proposed development will have a direct or indirect adverse effect on my property. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Jacqua?
Hi, my name is Cherie Jacques, and I live at 7630 Racing Run Road. So if you look close, right on that edge is my house. And I'm going to say selfishly, I would love for my children to still be able to see the horses that are outside the window. I understand that there is progress to be had, and we have to develop homes somewhere. And I understand that it might not be a beautiful green pasture for forever. But in understanding what development is going on, it's been explained to me that CMA is developing with Clayton Mobile Homes, and I think there's a major issue in doing an entire development of mobile homes. They're unlike structures. They're not like any other of the developments around them. And according to HUD, most mobile homes only have a 30 to 50-year lifespan, even if they're well developed and maintained. So what happens to all the surrounding neighborhoods? Do you have a neighborhood of haves and have-nots right next to a school? I think that creates a terrible environment. I understand that there has to be homes that go in somewhere. Knoxville is getting bigger, and there's more people that want to come here. And I completely understand that, but we have to be responsible. The current traffic that's going on between the two school zones that have already been discussed creates a major issue as it stands. And I'm very concerned about emergency services. If there's any moment that is during school drop-off or pickup, there's no way that they could get through, and that's as is. That's forgetting about all of the development that's going to continue to happen. So I just really want you guys to be responsible in the way that it happens, and choosing developers that are going to be responsible in the homes that they put in. I don't think mobile homes with a $300,000 price tag is affordable housing. That sounds like a cycle of poverty. I yield my time.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else that wants to speak.
Is that all that has spoken? All right. Councilor Mullins?
Thank you. Somebody left it.
What's that?
Here you go now.
You can raise that podium if you like. That button on the right.
I probably need to. So thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street here for CMH Homes. And I appreciate the concerns that have been raised from the neighbors. And, you know, just to touch briefly, Michelle did a very good job outlining staff's report on Tuesday's agenda review. So I don't want to plow that ground again too much. But, you know, staff's recommended approval for the 5 dwelling units an acre that we're asking. This is a rezoning only. There will have to be a development plan come back through. And I think that's something that might not be fully, the people that are in opposition might not be fully aware that a lot of the details as to how we're going to address the joint permanent easement, how many units we're actually going to be able to develop in this, what type of housing is going to go in, and how does that fit in with the rest of the community. That's something that gets back before this body for a development plan, and they'll have a full opportunity to look at what we're actually proposing and address additional concerns there. So I want to touch on a couple of things. The traffic issue, 36% increase in traffic. I appreciate, sounds like he's done some research and is very well informed. I haven't seen his math. I don't know where that number came from. We do know what an estimate is for the number of roads, but with 5 units an acre, if we were to develop that out, you know, even at 3/4 density, there'd be a traffic impact analysis, a full traffic impact analysis. And if there are improvements that need to be made because of the impact this development is causing to the road there, we would have to share our proportion of that, of those improvements, whether that's additional greenways, whether that's additional sidewalks, whether it's widening the road to some degree or not. That's something that will, again, come back before this body if a traffic impact analysis is required. But we don't know that yet at the rezoning because we don't know how many units we can develop. This property does have some environmental constraints, which is PR is the perfect type of zone for it. I mean, there's a blue line stream on it, so we've got some, you know, obviously there's some stormwater issues that will need to be addressed at the development plan. We'll need to address the access and the joint permanent easement. But again, with the traffic, when you have a development next to a school, and you hope that a lot of that traffic's alleviated, the school traffic at least, because you're in the parental responsibility zone, and you can have access along sidewalks and even sidewalks, internal sidewalks of the development. That'll come forward again with the future development plan. On the school capacity, I appreciate Ms. Portier's point that she made during development review that this is something that goes to the school board. They're aware of this, and I'm sorry if I said it wrong. I keep trying, but it does go to the school board, and and if there is an issue whether or not they can address the additional school children that will be caused from this development, they have a chance to weigh in on that. The estimate of 22 students, that comes from numbers that they put together. They're the ones that kind of estimate what kind of impact is from a development. But whenever you're dealing with that, I think, and this is in the staff report, student yields from a new development do not reflect a net addition of children in schools. Additions occur incrementally over the build-out period. New students may replace current population that ages through the system or moves from the attendance zone. So we don't know exactly when these students are going to be moving into the school. We don't know how many students are going to be matriculating out that they're going to be taking the place of. So that's really an unknown, and it's good information to look at, and I do hope that they figure out where they're going to put the new school soon, because I know that's been mentioned before and that is needed. But the impact from this development right now is not going to be significant on the student yield at 22, which is the best numbers that we do have. The type of housing, it's not going to be a trailer park. PR doesn't allow mobile homes or trailer parks. There will have to be some development plan moving forward with the type of housing that's going to be, and the character of the community is something that the PR zone does take into consideration. But at the zoning phase, we're looking at what zone is appropriate and what density is appropriate. And here we have what is a unique, and you have a very large undeveloped agricultural parcel next to a high school. That's not only next to a high school, but it's next to other public amenities, because there are existing greenways. There is a library. There's an elementary school. There's existing sidewalks. The roads could be wider. There's a 40-foot right-of-way, so there's room to widen those roads potentially. But the infrastructure in place is there to support the zoning that we're asking for. This is in the planned growth area of the growth policy plan, and the sector plan allows for medium density residential, and the 5 units an acre is within what that 2012 plan has identified. And I think, and Commissioner Adams, you always do a great job mentioning this and bringing this up, and I think it's very important to remember here is, we're looking at not the end user or what they're proposing. We're looking at the zone, whether it's appropriate. And so, the density for the PR zone needs to be appropriate, whether it's CMH or whether it's somebody else that would come in and develop the property. And you also, I believe it was Commissioner Adams raised the question and says if we calculated the build out of the PR zones around there. I mean, there's a wide range. There's 6 different PR zones, from 5 dwelling units an acre to the east of South Doyle High. Then you got 1 to 3, kind of to the northwest, and across the road 1 to 4 and 1 to 3. So again, we're at that in that range between 3 and 5 dwelling units an acre. We don't know if we'll be able to build out 5 dwelling units an acre once we do it. That's what we're asking for, so it gives us the flexibility to look at how are these environmental constraints going to affect what we can actually do. It's very likely a development plan, even if it's zoned 5 units an acre, may come back at 3 or 4 or 3.8 or whatever the math comes down to. So the 5 units an acre is consistent with the plans, and it just allows us some flexibility to do our engineering and figure out what works best with all of these considerations in mind. And again, there will be review for these neighbors to come back and look at this and see what we're actually proposing at that time. And so, we will, I'll give everybody my information. I know there was a very well-attended neighborhood meeting on August 1st. I couldn't be there. I was out of town. But we did have representatives there that answered questions, and there'll be additional neighborhood engagement between now and county commission meeting, and more engagement between the final rezone and the development plan process. So we'll continue to be in contact. If we haven't spoken to anybody as much as we need to, we'll make sure we correct that, and we'll be back here in front of you again to tell you that. So with that, I would appreciate if you would follow staff's recommendation and approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I've said it before, in fact, earlier, that I don't like to see us, when farmland gets turned into housing, it's less than ideal. When farmland gets developed a lot of times, and wildlife areas. But I look at this and I see an existing infrastructure. I see that it's right next to the schools, and I don't know how many people have had the opportunity as kids to walk to school from where you lived, or had friends that live near school. But I do think that if we're going to add housing, then putting it near resources is just really a good way to do it. And there was mention of the sidewalk, and I was actually thinking that if there wasn't a sidewalk, that this wouldn't be very appropriate. But there's a direct path. There's a sidewalk that gets kids right to the school. And I know this isn't going to be all kids and families living here, but it creates an opportunity for people to live near the resources that they will depend on. So I think that anytime we can get developments near other uses, near existing infrastructure, I think it's the way to go. So I make the motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right. We've got Commissioner Huber.
Yeah, I was going to second that motion as well, but I am I'm pretty familiar with the area in the sense that my mother and grandmother grew up out there on Twin Creek, and I don't mean Twin Creek the subdivision, I mean Twin Creek the road. So we spent a lot of time out there as children. That was probably back in the 40s and 50s when they were raised out there. I mean, beautiful area, but it has grown significantly since then. There's a public dump right down there. There is the Pinkston Library. It does have walking trails. As Commissioner Higgins mentioned, there's sidewalks all the way over to the school. I think it's a very appropriate use. Now, I agree with the infrastructure, and that's always a difficult discussion about how many more cars and people are going to be walking and/or driving in the area. And that's a tough one because we have to still make decisions, looking into the future. But I think they are looking into the future with the addition of a new school going in the area. So it's on the radar. And I think the folks in the area need to be prepared, because when I drove out there to look at it, goodness, I bet I saw 4 or 5 or 6 for sale signs with acreage tracts. So I mean, it's becoming a growth area, in itself. But it is very well located. Got good quality public schools that are within walking distance. So I'm very much in favor of it.
Commissioner Adams.
Thanks. I concur with the placement here being beside a school, walkability. It really does seem like if we're going to put residential development, it's got things connecting that it makes sense. But what doesn't make sense to me is that if there was a meeting with the developer and the community, there were over 80 comments.
96.
My math is bad. I said over 80.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure it's 88 opposed and 8 for.
I've read those, and many of them were talking about the type of home that would be there. Today, that sounds like that's not an issue, but there's obviously a lot of misinformation that is out there. I don't know what happened at this meeting, but before, I'd just like to say typically when there's a meeting, while there still may be a disagreement about the development, you might see a community saying, we're not against this, we just like lower density, or there's something there. This community seems to still be very much taken aback, so that's not a good sign. I would like to hear if you were at this meeting.
Yes, I
Okay,
was.
yes.
Yes, at that meeting, there was last I heard, 140 to 150 people. I did not personally hear of anyone for this decision at that, and so my curiosity would obviously be that at what point does the entire community coming against something make a difference in the decisions that are made? And so the uniqueness to me in those meetings and so on is that we were spoken to by Clayton at that meeting. They seemed to have more information than implied here today, that they wanted to do 65 homes. My sentiment would be that if they're asking for 5, it will seem like a compromise when they come down to 3 point something, but really that was their plan all along. And 65 homes is still a lot of traffic. So the growth makes sense to me, but you mentioned, Commissioner, that there's properties all over. They're large acreage. These are between 2 school zones. So even at that meeting, it was addressed, why there and not even just a mile down the road on an 80-acre lot that's just down Tipton Station, where the traffic can at least have an exit that is not in a school zone. So it seems to me there's plenty of development opportunity, and no one's opposed to the development of the area. We understand that that's inevitable and necessary, but to do it in this exact spot is difficult on the infrastructure. Again, I understand the sidewalks and so on and so forth, but those things that's it. There hasn't been improvement since those were put in. Schools are already overloaded. There's nowhere else to put anybody. So that's the difficulty that I'm seeing is like, I understand the development, put it a mile that way, somebody's upset. There's always somebody upset, but it is much different to go just down the road.
Okay, let's move along here. Anything else, Commissioner Adams? Thank you. Seeing no other lights, we have a motion and a second to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 25, applicant Chad Willhite, location east side of Childress Road, north of Pettigo Road, approximate size 0.89 acres, present zoning agricultural. Zoning requested, general residential, existing land use, single-family residential. Let's see here. We have a staff recommendation, deny the general residential zone because it is inconsistent with the growth policy plan. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, Stephen Ward, 667 Maynardville Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37918. I'm the surveyor and representing both the applicant and the owner of the property. This oversight on our part, but we did not realize at the time we applied for this that the growth policy, the growth policy shows growth out to Pettigo Road, which is just to our east. But the low density residential zoning comes all the way out and encompasses Childress Place, that large PR zoning you see to our northwest there. To me, it seems like those two maps are out of sync with each other, like perhaps one got, overlooked when they were updating the other. But our main reason for requesting the RB, the client would like to put 2 duplexes in there, 4 dwelling units total. We could do that with RA zoning. That would require subdividing the property into 2 separate lots and possibly situating the 2 duplexes so that one would be shifted slightly back and slightly tucked in behind the other, which would not be as aesthetically pleasing. You'd still have 4 dwelling units. We would prefer to put them in a fourplex, 4 townhouses side by side where you have 0 lot lines between them. The rest of the property would remain undeveloped, and you would end up with a more aesthetically pleasing use of the property for the same end result. I don't know that it's within your power to do RB to go against the growth policy. I'm not sure what your all's abilities are in that respect. If you can do that, we would ask for the RB. If you cannot, then we would ask that you step back and give us RA, which would allow us to, it's currently zoned agricultural, which ties our hands completely, but water and sewer are available. So we would at the least like to have RA so that we can actually develop this property. And once again, housing is needed, and this is yet another place where we can put some.
Do we have any opposition? I failed to ask about opposition. Seeing no opposition, okay. Mr. Reynolds, would you like to comment on the RA?
Well, as the applicant mentioned, the issue is the growth policy plan and the rural area. It only allows consideration of the agricultural zone or the planned residential zone. It does not allow consideration of the RA zone or the RB zone. So from a staff perspective, we feel we cannot recommend the RB zone. The maximum allowed for planned residential, the maximum density allowed by the growth policy plan is 3 dwelling units per acre. If a traffic impact letter is provided, 2 dwelling units per acre without one.
And one further comment, if I could, the PR zone, we did look at that due to even if you reduce the peripheral setbacks to the absolute minimum allowed by the ordinance, that would be 15 feet all the way around both edges and the rear of the property, which once again effectively eliminates the possibility of doing 4 units on there. Whereas RA, we do meet and I understand, once again, we're sort of caught in purgatory there between the growth policy and what the sector plan shows. But at RA zoning, we do meet the space and area requirements for dwelling units under RA zoning.
All right. Commission?
If I could ask Mr. Reynolds, what is the policy,
Mr.
or what is
Midas?
the process to change that growth policy? How long is that process?
We're currently in the process of updating the county's land use plan, which also includes an update to the growth policy plan map. That's currently underway right now.
Any time frame? My clients are going to ask me. I might as well ask you while I've got you here.
It still has to go before this body and the legislative body, and then it's intended to happen this fall, hopefully.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Commissioner Midas?
I guess I was just going to ask Mike, can you talk a little bit about what he would need to do then in order to either allow this or go ahead and rezone it to RB?
So when we have plan recommendations, obviously, I guess it's up to Planning Commission and ultimately County Commission whether or not they're going to stay consistent with the plan recommendations. As the applicant mentioned, we are in a kind of a weird spot where land use plan, sector plan recommends low density residential. In the low density residential land use, RB can be considered as an other zone to consider. That's not one of the primary zones to consider. Obviously, as we mentioned, the crux of the problem is the rural area and the growth policy plan. And there's really no way to amend that other than, as Director Brooks mentioned, it's already going through that process, and in this fall, hopefully, it'll be amended. I don't know what this particular property shows on that amendment, but
one other quick point, if I could. There's a large subdivision behind us that's already zoned RB that's been there for many, many years. Not sure
I've got
why that
at
changed.
some point in time, I got to get control of this meeting here. I've let it go way too long, and that's my fault. But once we get it here, just so everybody understands the procedure, once we get here, unless you're addressed, we keep it right here until we either accept, deny, or make some modification. So I'm sorry, but let's keep it in discussion here.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out a way that he could
Yeah. So
get that without having to
I
go
think
back
that's a
through
reasonable
process.
question here. How do we best help him?
Mm-hmm.
That's what this commission, I think, wants to know from staff. What's his best option?
well, the planned residential zone is allowed by both land use classification, by both the growth policy plan and by the sector plan. The 3 dwelling units per acre max by the rural area would not get 3 dwelling units on the property because I think the property is about 0.9 acres, somewhere around there. So to get 2 units, you need 2.25 dwelling units per acre. The 3 dwelling units per acre does not get you a 3rd unit. So you're really just looking at 2 units under the planned residential at 3 dwelling units per acre. Even at 5 dwelling units per acre, you're probably still not getting 4 in the planned residential zone.
Is RA an option? Was that?
No,
No,
it's not allowed.
Okay.
no. Commissioner Adams?
If this is rolling out in a couple of months, is it advisable that, or possible to postpone until that time when this may become a moot issue and it's addressed in another way?
I can't speak specifically to this parcel at this time. I mean, we could take a look at it if you all want to postpone. I don't know that the revisions will include this particular parcel, but we can look into it.
Because of these kind of inconsistencies, I guess we still have the authority to recommend something that might be yet inconsistent with the growth policy plan?
That is within your purview. We would not, as staff, we would not recommend that you take that path, but yes, it's within your purview.
All right.
Is this
Commissioner Adams.
is this not recommended, like light, or not recommended? Don't do that.
I know what you're asking. Is this a soft denial?
We recommend that you follow the plans that are currently in place.
Well, I guess I make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Second. Sorry, was that, we had a motion to deny, is that right? Let me get back to where we are here. Deny.
Is there any advantage to tabling it? I'm just trying to think about the applicant and helping them.
Yeah, if this was to change, would they be allowed to come back and try again?
If it's denied at this meeting, if you all want us to take a closer look and see where things might be. I mean, we can't predict. I mean, obviously it still needs to go through a process. I don't anticipate that process to be complete until after the first of the year. But you also could postpone this and we could take a closer look to see if it might even be a remote possibility.
Because if it was denied, they wouldn't, it's a year before they
With the same
could
request,
try again.
yes.
So postponement.
Can I, sorry to interrupt. Commissioner Midas, your motion was to approve per staff recommendation, but I think you probably meant to say deny per staff recommendation. I just need to clarify.
Well, they recommended to deny it, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So,
To approve the denial.
Right, and your second.
But I can take it, I mean, I'm up to removing it. I want to go ahead and, if the app, I mean, would it be something y'all would want to postpone? I mean, is it okay if I ask them?
I would like to ask if you'd consider amending your motion to postpone.
I would do that.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone for 30 days?
Well, are we going to wait till,
How
it
long?
would be the first of the year?
How you were going to give just a quick assessment of it that might give a little more light.
We would need to take a look and see where the draft map is and if this parcel is impacted by that draft map.
Would
That makes
30
sense.
days be an adequate amount of time for you?
For us to take a look, yes.
30 days, okay. Then, yeah, I make a motion that we postpone it for 30 days.
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to postpone by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
What? Okay. Mr. Forrester, would you like to come before the podium here and make a request?
Yes, on agenda item 32, and I know it's out of turn, but I've got to get to a previously scheduled Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting in Farragut at 6, and so we'd ask that be postponed for 30 days.
Okay.
Agenda item 32,
I think it's 32.
Agenda item 32.
8A 23UR.
Do we need to make a motion to take it out of order or not? Okay, so could I get a motion to
Second.
address this item 32 out of order?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Levinson made the motion. Who made the second? I did. Okay, Commissioner Shelso with a second, seeing no other lights.
You may have some opposition to the postponement.
Okay, all right, bear with me.
Clarification on what item 32 is?
Sure, to postpone
But which item is
It's
that?
Amy
Third-
Sherrill is the applicant. It's 8-A-23-UR.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor to postpone for 30 days, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, let's get back to the agenda. Number 27, applicant Samuel Harward. Location, north side of River Drive at Birchfield Drive, .76 acres. Present zoning, RAE. Zoning requested, RA, low-density residential. Existing land use, single-family residential. And we have a staff recommendation, deny the RA, low-density residential zone because it is inconsistent with the surrounding developments. The applicant available.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I'm Samuel Harward. I live at 8117 River Drive, so the property in question. My goal is to add a detached garage next to my house and put a guest house above that garage. And so I started by getting a septic permit and was approved. Then I got architectural plans and requested from planning a EMS address for the guest house. Got that. But then when it went to permitting, the fact that this is RAE was flagged. And evidently in an RAE zone, a second dwelling is not permitted. So my request is to change this from RAE to RA, which still does not automatically grant the guest house, but it would be use on permit or use on approval, or I'm not sure what the term is.
Use on review.
Thank you. Use on review. I think that it is consistent with other zoning in the area because if you look on my same street, there is an RA there. And the closest subdivision, if you zoom out a little bit more, is across Pellissippi Parkway on Jolly Lane, and that's also RA. I love my neighborhood for its quietness, so I don't love it for the narrow roads. And I think that this change would not necessarily increase density in the neighborhood or cause a problem with the narrow roads because every time that somebody wanted to increase density by putting a guest house or something would be on review. I talked with Bobby Fox, who left the public comment. I also spoke with several other neighbors. Everyone was in approval of the idea, with the exception of Bobby, and his concern was he didn't want the density of the neighborhood to increase, but he did like the idea of building the guest house. And he had not understood that there is actually a septic permit in place, so he was fine with that. That was his other part to the comment. So my question is, can we approve this as RA and then approve it use on review because it is consistent with the other houses in the neighborhood and it doesn't increase density to a bad level? Or is there another way to achieve this building that everyone in the neighborhood is in favor of?
Okay. Commission, let's go with Commissioner Higgins.
Y'all may have noticed that I'm in favor of ADUs. So I just want to ask staff about this. Why, or to kind of speak to the RA, the recommendation to deny, and if there's any other alternative options for them.
I think the main reason to deny was just there's haven't been any large changes in this area in like decades. That was the first criteria for rezoning. And that was essentially the main reason. And I don't think that, I think RA is a very similar zone, so I don't have, terrible concern about that, but I just couldn't recommend it. And a use on review would come back to this body. You can't do that all at once.
Yes. Sorry, I understand that. I'm not asking for an exception there.
I'd like to make a motion that we go against staff's recommendation and approve it, if that's all right.
Give me that again. Give me that again.
Make a motion to approve it.
Okay.
Second. Against staff's recommendation.
Let's see. We'll make sure we've got this.
Can
Is
you
that a
provide
satisfactory motion? Okay.
We-
Okay, and we got a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Barger. And let's see, I guess we need to give some reason, maybe that it is similar in, it's not that different. Give me
Mr.
something.
Higgins, if
That would
you'd
be
like
my
to,
reason.
if you'd like to articulate the rationale for your motion, that would be appropriate.
Okay, because the RA zoning is not very different from the RAE, and I think it would be, it would fit in with the rest of the neighborhood and surrounding zones.
All right, so we got a motion, a second, to approve. Commissioner Shelso.
So is the use permitted on review the garage apartment? Is that what this would qualify as?
Yes.
Okay, so, and this is in the county, so we could do a condition where the garage apartment is the only use permitted on review for this RA? To restrict.
The only additional use? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
Yes, only additional use.
So, and that might alleviate concerns in the future for duplexes, group daycare, all these other things. So if you're open to a friendly amendment, I think since we're trying to accommodate, I think that would be a good condition to add, that the only use permitted on review are garage apartments.
I'll amend my motion to include that.
As a use on review garage apartment.
Yes. As the only additional use from
Limitation.
RAE would be that garage apartments would be permitted still as a use on review.
The only additional use on review permitted on this particular piece of property.
I still second.
All right. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
All right, where are we going? 32? Where 30. Yeah. Okay. All right, agenda item 30, subdivision Spring Lake Farms, applicant developer Urban Engineering, location north of Bogart Lane, terminus, south side of Ball Camp Pike, east of Amherst Road. 26.2 acres, zoning plan residential, existing land use agricultural, forestry, vacant land, proposed use attached residential subdivision. Number of lots 57. Subdivision variances, we have one. We have alternative design standards. And what else do we have? And then the staff recommendation is we're going to have, looks like three motions on this one. The first one is to approve the requested variance and alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant. Motion 2, approve the concept plan subject to 6 conditions. Motion 3, approve the development plan for a residential subdivision with up to 57 attached dwellings on individual lots as shown on the plan, subject to 2 conditions. Applicant present.
Yes, Drew Staton, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939.
Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, please proceed.
To respectfully request the approval per staff's recommendation.
Commission?
I make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Barger to approve per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. Commissioner Shelso.
Yeah, in looking at the site plan, and I was asking about parking and if there were sidewalks on Tuesday, if people are parking on the street and walking to, where's the like the mailbox location? Is it in the other section of the subdivision? I guess what I'd be concerned about is are cars parked on the street that's curved, people walking to go get their mail, and people driving in and hitting the people walking on the street, because there are no sidewalks, correct?
It's just guest parking, though.
Hmm?
It's just guest parking.
Right, but, all right. Well, the motion's made, so I'll just cease.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Commissioner Higgins? No, okay. We have a motion to approve per staff recommendation. Let me get back to let's see. We're approving the required variance and alternative design standards based on justification provided by the applicant. That's the motion that had been made and seconded. Is that correct? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a second motion.
I make a motion to approve the development plan per staff's recommendation.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Barger to approve the concept plan subject to 6 conditions, seconded.
Her motion was with regard to the development plan. We can do them in either order, but I just want to
Okay.
clarify that that was her motion.
Okay, excuse me. Let's work on motion number 2, if that's okay. Chair will entertain a motion on motion number 2. Concept plan.
Make a motion to go with staff recommendation for concept plan,
Subject to the 6 conditions?
subject to 6 conditions.
All right.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 6 conditions by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the development plan.
I make a motion on the development plan per staff's recommendation to approve.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barger to approve the development plan for residential subdivision up to 57 attached dwellings on individual lots, subject to the 2 conditions, and it was seconded by Commissioner Boyer. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
What else we got? I don't think I had 37. Let's see. Okay. Okay, next is item 37, replat of Lantern Park. I know, but I don't have any information. Go back. Hang on. Let me go to the consent. Okay. Okay, so item 37. The recommendation is the concept plan indicating the overall layout and design for this plat was approved on 2/10/2022 as planning case 1SB 22C per subdivision regulations, section 2.08.a and 2.10.f. Final plat must be in substantial conformance with the approved concept plan. Planning staff affirms that this plat is in substantial conformance with the concept plan and recommends approval. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
All right, do we have any opposition? All right, you want to proceed or defer?
I'll proceed briefly and then defer reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal. The only issue here before the board is whether or not the final plat substantially complies with the approved concept plan. I have not heard any arguments that it doesn't. Staff has recommended and affirmed, I think twice now, it was administratively approved previously, and then realized that there was a change in the law. It can no longer be administratively approved. So we're coming now before this body, as the statute requires us to have it approved by the full commission. But it does comply substantially with the concept plan. We'd ask you follow staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Opposition?
Hello, Matthew Brooks, on behalf of Massey Creek HOA, 12067 Salt Creek Lane, 37932. Our attorney, Daniel Sanders, wasn't able to be here today. He sent a letter in on the public comments, so I'm going to read a little bit from that. Mr. Sanders represents Massey Creek HOA in opposition to the above final plat. This subdivision is the subject of two separate lawsuits. The preliminary approval of this subdivision is being litigated in Knox County Chancery Court. The patently illegal administration approval of a final plat by staff on June 13th is the subject of a second lawsuit. Approval of the final plat before you now will likely be the subject of a third suit. We ask that you defer consideration of the application for at least 60 days. Approval is violating subdivision regulations and the administrative rules by considering the plat at this meeting. Pursuant to the administrative rules, the application deadline for Planning Commission's August 10th meeting was June 26, 2023. The Lantern Park final plat application was submitted on July 7th and accompanied by a filing fee of $250. The submission was more than 1 week after the application deadline, 4 days after the extended double fee deadline of June 3rd. Furthermore, the records will show that the application was incomplete when it was submitted and remained so after the final plat corrections deadline. At a minimum, the application fee of $250 was insufficient for a final plat of 28 lots. Additionally, the final plat uploaded to the webpage on August 1st fails to affix any of the required certifications with signatures. There are likely other aspects of the final plat that were incomplete, such as to prohibit consideration at your August meeting. While we object to your consideration of the final plat because it violates your own rules, it is your duty as commissioners to ensure that plats under your consideration are in proper form. We request that you defer consideration of the final plat until it meets the requirements of your own administrative rules. How's Mr. Sanders' letter? Very quickly, from my standpoint of the HOA, the concept plan is in litigation. We are awaiting judgment on that. They tried to push through a final plat administratively, which is against state law. We filed a lawsuit on that. Once it was brought up in court, it was pushed through on this meeting past deadline. So I ask that you deny it or consider postponement until we can get judgment on the concept plan or until proper filings are done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission. I understand the administrative rules are something that can be suspended or exceptions can be made by this body under certain circumstances. We are not the only final plat that got caught up in the change in the statute. This was submitted for administrative approval before the statute changed, but it was not approved until June after the statute became in effect, and that was where some of the confusion came in. We weren't trying to circumvent the system or do anything illegal with that, but there was a filing fee paid for the final plat when it was reviewed administratively. When it was approved administratively, we had all the signatures. There's not a change in the final plat that was reviewed then and what's before the body now. It's just we're correcting the error in where the law had changed, where now this body has to review these types of final plats. So the administrative rules can be suspended by this body. In fact, that's the next 7 final plats are in a similar situation. The only issue is that there doesn't have the history behind this plan. Now, this was something that was approved by this body in February 2022. The Board of Zoning Appeals approved it in March 2022. It is being litigated. We're waiting on a decision, but the concept plan is legal until the courts tell us it's not legal, and so we are entitled to move forward with the final plat. And again, the only consideration for this board is, does the final plat substantially comply with the concept plan? And it does. There's not an argument that has been advanced that it hasn't. One more thing I want to point out, really how would an objecting neighbor be aggrieved over the filing fee? How would they be aggrieved? They have notice, they have opportunity to be here. There was an attorney here, I guess, like Mr. Forrester, he had to be somewhere else, couldn't stay this long. They did have another attorney here earlier, Mr. Alan Rawls. He actually asked for this to be taken off of the consent list, I believe, in the record. They were aware of this before it was refiled before this body. In fact, we told their attorney after they filed the lawsuit, we are going to refile it so we will get it approved the way the statute reads now. So there's no prejudice to them, there's no harm to them for this body hearing it now. And so we'd ask that you follow staff's recommendation and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Brooks, would you like to add any comments to this matter?
Sure, I'd be happy to address some of the concerns that were raised about this application. As you all know, and Mr. Mullins also alluded to, so once we were made aware of this change in state law, we added all the plats that were affected and that were currently in queue for 26 or more. You all are well aware of this because we talked about it on several different occasions. We had a special called meeting to address this issue. And so the reason that we went ahead and added them is because we wanted to, in good faith effort, honor the process that we had been using to date. So all of the plats that are on your agenda that have been pulled off consent, they were noticed properly by state law. They needed 15 days, and we made sure of that. But yes, all of them they were taken in after the official filing date. But again, we had been taking all of these plats in previously as administrative plats, so they wouldn't have had to follow that specific deadline, but they did meet the noticing requirements. I'm not going to spend any time talking about the specifics of this final plat because it had already been certified and filed. But I will touch on the fee. So we didn't process this as a final plat because that had already been done previously. Our fees are the same regardless of whether or not they are administrative or a final plat. This was taken in as a amended plat. So it was the $250 that was charged was applicable to what's called a corrected plat. Again, because it didn't need to go through the process of addressing any lot lines were changing, and that it didn't need to go through closure again. So with the two things that changed were there were two notes that were changed on the plat to reflect parcel numbers. So when we looked at it again, we realized that staff have overlooked that there were common areas that were given lot numbers, and that was changed. We had them remove those, so those couldn't be considered lots in the future. And then there was a second note that was revised just to provide the date of approval. So those were the revisions that took place. As was mentioned in the correspondence that was submitted, the signatures that they were not on the plats prior to submittal. We don't require signatures prior to you all reviewing these because there is a chance that you will not approve them, and we don't want applicants to be going through the process of getting all the signatures needed because you all haven't actually approved the plat. So that happens after Planning Commission approval. I'm happy to try to answer any additional questions you have about this one.
Commissioner Huber.
So I guess this just gets back into all the confusion, the challenging things we've had today. But I don't think this one's much confusing. I mean, it's the horse got out of the barn, and then when the county was notified that we were doing it incorrectly, we had adjusted it, had special meetings, voted on it, kind of put the horse back in the barn, and now, they're trying to say it's back out. I guess what I'm hearing is we've done everything properly and per the legal way to do it, unless I'm hearing something different. I mean, this plat was approved and recorded, it sounds like. I mean, it was recorded at the, downtown. And then when we were made aware that, okay, you're doing this incorrectly, that's when I'm saying it reversed it, and then we're just putting the horse back where it belongs. So I think it's pretty cut and dry to just move forward. I mean, so I'd be in favor of it.
So should our motion be that Commissioner Higgins?
I was just going to say motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Yes, as read.
Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Huber. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
For the purposes of these next items, 38, 39, 41, 42, and 43, those were all taken off consent because they followed the exact same procedure that this item 37. So I just want to point that out to all of you. We can take them up one at a time, or because they had previously been on consent, you can determine in your discretion, Mr. Chair, I think, if you want to try to
Group them?
Subject to what you all decide to do. But ultimately, the reason those were taken off consent is because it was exactly the same process.
Okay, so we're going to be, I guess, deliberating on a motion in the same manner as we had just a minute ago. I'm going to recommend that we group them. So we're going to take 38, 39, 41, 42, and 43 as a group, one vote.
So moved. Too soon?
No, that's fine. No, my mind's catching up with the motions here, so, okay. So we've got a motion to approve the group that I just referenced for staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Huber.
Sure.
Seeing only one light. Okay, no lights. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're adjourned.